first rays of the autumn sun slipped quietly over the rooftops of Ashbrook village, painting every chimney, cobbled lane, and old brick wall with soft shades of gold. A cool breeze wandered through the narrow streets, carrying the scent of fresh bread from the bakery, damp earth from the gardens, and the distant ringing of church bells that echoed across the peaceful morning. Most people were only just beginning their day, but inside a small upstairs bedroom overlooking the village square, 12-year-old Eleanor Hart had already been awake for hours. She sat beside the window with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, watching life unfold beneath her. Delivery carts rattled over the cobblestones. Shopkeepers swept the fronts of their stores. Children hurried towards school with satchels bouncing against their backs, laughing without a care in the world. Eleanor smiled gently as she watched them disappear around the corner. There had been a time when she dreamed of running beside them, but after years of illness, that dream had slowly faded into something quieter. She no longer wished to race anyone. She simply wished to belong somewhere. Her father, William Hart, owned one of the largest trading companies in the country. His success was spoken of in every major city. Yet none of that wealth had ever managed to buy the one thing he wanted most: his daughter's happiness. Doctors had come from every corner of the country. Specialists had filled the house with promises, medicines, and complicated words that Eleanor barely understood. Some treatments had helped. Others had done nothing at all. She could walk now, though only slowly, and every step still reminded her of the years she had spent confined to a bed. Despite living in a grand mansion surrounded by servants, expensive furniture, and beautiful gardens, Eleanor often felt lonelier than anyone else in the village. Every toy she had ever wanted had been delivered before she even asked for it. Shelves overflowed with dolls, puzzles, books, and games, yet none of them could replace the excitement of having a real friend. Every morning followed the same pattern. Breakfast arrived on a silver tray. Her tutor appeared exactly on time. The gardener trimmed the hedges with perfect precision. The cook prepared meals fit for royalty. Everything was orderly. Everything was comfortable. Woo. Everything felt empty. That particular morning, however, something was different. Her father stood outside her bedroom door longer than usual before knocking softly. "May I come in?" Eleanor looked up in surprise. He rarely had time to visit before leaving for work. Of course. He entered carrying 2 steaming mugs of hot chocolate instead of his usual briefcase. That alone was enough to make Eleanor sit up straighter. "I canceled my morning meetings," he said with an unusual smile. "You did. I thought perhaps my daughter deserved one entire morning that belonged only to her." She accepted the mug carefully, warming her hands against the cup. They sat together in comfortable silence, while the village slowly came to life outside the window. After several minutes, William finally spoke. "Tell me something honestly." "I will. If money disappeared tomorrow, if this house vanished, if we had nothing except enough to live comfortably, what would make you smile?" The question lingered in the room. No one had ever asked her that before. She thought about the great library downstairs. She thought about the music room she thought about the gardens. Then she quietly shook her head. None of those. What then? Eleanor continued watching the people below. Dot across the square stood a tiny old shop squeezed between a florist and a clockmaker. It was hardly larger than a single room. An elderly woman carefully arranged jars of sweets in the window while greeting nearly every passerby. Children stopped outside to wave at her before school. She laughed with them, as though each customer were family. Eleanor couldn't stop watching that little shop. Her father followed her gaze. The sweet shop, she nodded. It isn't really the sweets. No, it's the people. What about them? They all know each other. She paused. They laughed to get another pause. They help each other. She looked down at her untouched breakfast. I think I'd rather own one tiny shop filled with ordinary people than the biggest house in the country. William remained silent. For the first time in many months, he saw genuine curiosity shining in his daughter's eyes, not excitement over receiving another expensive gift, not polite gratitude, real hope. And at that exact moment, an idea began forming in his mind, one that would quietly change not only Eleanor's life, but the lives of everyone living in Ashbrook Village in ways none of them could possibly imagine. William Hart said nothing more that morning. He simply stood beside the window, his eyes fixed on the little shop across the square, while Eleanor continued watching the elderly shopkeeper greet every passing customer with the same warm smile. It wasn't a large business. The faded green paint on the wooden door had begun to peel. The brass bell above the entrance looked as though it had been ringing for generations. Flower boxers beneath the windows overflowed with autumn chrysanthemums, giving the little building a charm that no amount of money could ever buy. For the rest of the morning, Eleanor couldn't stop thinking about it. During her lessons, she found herself staring absent-mindedly out of the classroom window. Even her favorite history stories failed to hold her attention. Every few minutes her eyes drifted back towards the village square, where children came and went, carrying tiny paper bags of sweets or waving happily at the old shopkeeper. When lunch arrived, she barely touched it. Her father noticed. You've hardly eaten. I'm thinking about the shop. She smiled faintly. Yes, he folded his newspaper and pushed it aside. Then perhaps we should go and see it. Eleanor's eyes widened. Really? Why not? Within half an hour, the family carriage rolled quietly through the village streets before stopping beside the square. William stepped down first before carefully helping Eleanor onto the pavement. She took a slow breath. For the first time in months, she wasn't visiting another doctor. She wasn't attending another examination. She wasn't traveling to another expensive clinic. She was simply going somewhere because she wanted to. The feeling was strangely exciting. The closer they walked, the more alive the village became. A blacksmith hammered glowing iron inside his workshop. Fresh bread cooled outside the bakery. Two elderly gentlemen argued cheerfully over a game of chess beneath an enormous oak tree. A young violinist played softly near the fountain while passers-by dropped coins into his open Case thought. Everything felt wonderfully ordinary. Everything felt real. As they reached the little shop, the elderly owner looked up from arranging jars of colorful sweets. "Good afternoon." Her voice carried the warmth of someone greeting an old friend. That William smiled politely. "My daughter has been admiring your shop." The old woman looked towards Eleanor. So you're the young lady who's been watching from the upstairs window. Eleanor blushed. "You noticed. I notice everyone." She laughed gently. "That's rather important when you've spent 40 years serving the same village." She opened the door wider. "Come inside." The tiny brass bell jingled above them. Immediately, Eleanor stopped walking. The shop smelled of cinnamon, chocolate, polished wood, and fresh apples. Shelves climbed from floor to ceiling, filled with every imaginable treasure. Plus, jars sparkled with colorful sweets. Wooden toys hung from little hooks. Storybooks stood neatly arranged beside puzzles and painted spinning tops. Tiny stuffed animals peered down from high shelves, while baskets overflowed with ribbons, notebooks, and handmade candles. It wasn't crowded, it wasn't luxurious, but somehow it felt more magical than any grand department store Eleanor had ever visited. She wandered slowly between the shelves, running her fingertips lightly across polished wooden counters worn smooth by thousands of customers. "How do you remember where everything is?" she asked. The old woman chuckled. "When you've lived with something long enough, it becomes part of you." A little boy burst through the doorway. "Senora Finch, Mom needs flour." "Second shelf, dear." Without even turning around, she reached behind her, picked up exactly the right packet, and placed it on the counter. The boy paid, thanked her, and dashed back outside. Moments later, another customer entered. "Morning, Mrs. Finch. Your usual tea leaves? You always remember. I'd be worried if I didn't." Again, she reached automatically for exactly the right item. Eleanor watched in amazement. It wasn't simply a shop. It was the heart of the village. People came not only to buy things, but to talk, laugh, and share their worries. Some stayed 5 minutes, others stayed half an hour. Nobody seemed in a hurry. As the afternoon continued, Eleanor noticed something else. Mrs. Finch knew everyone's story. She asked after poorly grandparents congratulated children on school prizes, comforted a young mother whose husband had lost his job, celebrated birthdays she somehow never forgot. Every conversation left someone smiling. When the shop finally became quiet again, Eleanor whispered almost to herself, "This place isn't selling sweets." Mrs. Finch looked up. "No, it's selling happiness." For a moment, the old woman simply stared at her dad. Then a slow smile spread across her face. "My dear, in 40 years, nobody has ever described my little Shop quite like that. William silently watched the exchange. The spark he had seen in his daughter's eyes that morning had grown brighter with every passing minute. She was talking, laughing, moving around without constantly thinking about her weakness. For the first time in years, she looked completely alive. Outside, church bells echoed across the village as the afternoon sunlight painted the square in rich shades of amber and gold. Neither Eleanor nor her father realized it yet, but this ordinary visit had quietly become the first step towards a journey that would transform the little village and Eleanor herself far beyond anything either of them could imagine. That evening, Eleanor hardly spoke during supper, not because she was unhappy. Quite the opposite. Her mind was so full of everything she had seen inside Mrs. Finch's little shop that she could think of almost nothing else. Every smile, every conversation, every tiny detail replayed itself over and over in her imagination. After dinner, she returned to her bedroom and stood by the window. Again, the village square had changed completely. The bright afternoon had faded into a calm autumn evening. Warm yellow lanterns glowed outside every shop, their soft light reflected across the damp cobblestones, making the streets shimmer as though scattered with tiny stars. Across the square, Mrs. Finch was closing her shop. Instead of locking the door immediately, she waited. An elderly gentleman, walking with a cane, slowly approached. Eleanor noticed the old man struggling to carry a basket filled with vegetables. Without saying a word, Mrs. Finch stepped outside, lifted the basket herself, and walked beside him all the way to the corner. Only after making sure he reached home safely did she return to lock the shop. Eleanor smiled. She had never seen anyone treat customers like family before. Just then, there was another knock at her bedroom door. Her father entered quietly. "I thought you might still be awake. I can't stop thinking about today. I rather hoped you wouldn't." He walked towards the window until they were both looking across the square. "What did you learn?" Eleanor thought carefully before answering. "I thought shops existed to make money. And now, I think the money comes second." William nodded slowly. "What comes first?" "The people." For several seconds, he remained silent. Then he reached into his coat pocket and removed a small brass key. It looked old. Very old. The metal had become smooth from years of use. He placed it gently into Eleanor's hand. She looked at it with confusion. "What is it?" "It belongs to another little shop." She looked back at him. There used to be a bookshop at the far end of the village. "I've seen it, the one that's been empty for years." "Exactly." He smiled. "I bought it yesterday." Eleanor stared at him. "You what?" "I bought it." She blinked twice. "I don't understand." "I didn't buy it as a present." Her excitement paused. "You didn't?" "No." He crouched beside her chair until they were eye level. "If you truly wish to discover whether a small shop could make you happy," he gently closed her fingers around the key, "then you must earn that happiness." She frowned thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" It won't belong to me. It won't belong to the servants. It won't belong to a manager. He smiled. It will belong to you. Her heart began beating faster. But there are conditions. I knew there would be. The first is simple. You must learn every part of the business yourself. She nodded immediately. I will. You'll clean. I will. You'll arrange shelves. I will. You'll serve customers. I'd love that. You'll make mistakes. I probably will. You'll solve problems. I'll try. You won't quit when things become difficult. I won't. He continued. The second condition is much more important. She waited. Nobody must know who you are. She looked puzzled. Why? Because if people discover you're my daughter. He paused. They'll behave differently. They'll be polite because they're afraid. They'll praise everything you do. They'll never tell you the truth. And you'll never know whether people like your shop, double quotes, or simply your family name. Eleanor slowly understood. So, I'll just be an ordinary village girl for the first time in your life. The thought felt strangely exciting. She had always been introduced as William Hart's daughter. Doctors knew her family. Teachers knew her family. Visitors treated her differently before they'd even spoken to her. The idea of simply being Eleanor felt wonderfully freeing. What name shall I use? Her father smiled. I'll leave that entirely to you. That night, Eleanor slept more deeply than she had in years. Her dreams carried her through endless little streets filled with cheerful shops. She imagined arranging colorful window displays, helping elderly neighbors carry parcels, reading stories to children while rain tapped gently against the windows, laughing with customers whose names she knew by heart. When morning finally arrived, she woke before sunrise. For the first time in years, she wasn't excited about receiving something. She was excited about building something. Downstairs, breakfast had barely begun when a carriage rolled into the courtyard. A cheerful gentleman climbed down carrying rolled-up building plans beneath one arm. Behind him arrived painters, carpenters, electricians, gardeners, window fitters. Delivery wagons followed one after another until the quiet lane outside the old empty bookshop became filled with activity. Curious villagers gathered nearby. What are they doing? Is someone reopening the place? I thought it had been abandoned forever. Children pressed their noses against the dusty windows, while workmen carried out broken shelves, cracked cupboards, and rotten floorboards. Inside, years of dust disappeared beneath clouds of sweeping brushes. Sunlight poured through windows that had been hidden beneath grime for almost a decade. Fresh timber replaced warped flooring. The old fireplace was repaired. The faded walls were stripped back to bare plaster. Outside, the weathered sign above the entrance was carefully lifted down. By sunset, the forgotten little building had already begun to breathe again. Standing quietly beneath a nearby oak tree, Eleanor watched every hammer strike, every fresh coat of paint, and every smiling craftsman at work. She couldn't take her eyes off it, because, deep inside, for the very first time, it no longer looked like an abandoned shop. It looked like the beginning of an entirely new life. The village woke earlier than usual. The following morning, word traveled quickly through Ashbrook. By sunrise, people had already begun stopping outside the little building that had stood empty for so many years. Bakers paused with flour, still dusting their sleeves. Milkmen slowed their carts. Children on their way to school stopped long enough to peek through the newly polished windows. Everyone was asking the same question. Who's opening the shop? No one seemed to know. Inside the building. However, excitement was growing by the minute. Eleanor stepped carefully across the newly laid wooden floor, breathing in the fresh scent of pine timber mixed with paint that had only just begun to dry. The dusty, forgotten shop she had first seen only yesterday had completely transformed. Sunlight streamed through crystal-clear windows, making every corner glow with warmth. The walls had been painted a gentle cream that reflected the morning light beautifully. New wooden shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, each one carefully polished until it shone. A long oak counter stood proudly near the entrance, its smooth surface waiting for the first customer. "It feels bigger," Eleanor whispered. Her father smiled. "It isn't. It certainly looks bigger." "That's because light has a funny way of making people believe impossible things." She slowly wandered through the empty room. For now it felt strangely quiet, almost lonely. It was beautiful, but it wasn't alive yet. A shop without people was simply another room. She ran her hand gently across the counter. One day, hundreds of tiny hands would rest here. Children would place shiny pennies on this wood. Neighbors would lean across it while sharing village gossip. Someone might even cry here. Someone else might laugh until tears rolled down their face. She could almost hear those future voices already. Behind her came another cheerful voice. "I was hoping I'd find you here." Mrs. Finch walked inside, carrying a wicker basket covered by a blue cloth. "I've brought breakfast. You didn't have to." "Nonsense." She uncovered the basket. Fresh bread, warm cinnamon buns, apple jam, a little pot of honey. The sweet smell instantly filled the empty shop. No proper shop should begin life with empty stomachs, she laughed. The three of them sat on wooden crates in the middle of the room, sharing breakfast while sunlight slowly climbed higher across the floorboards. Mrs. Finch looked around thoughtfully. "You know," she smiled at Eleanor, "this place reminds me of my own shop many years ago." "Really?" "Oh, yes. It looked almost exactly like this." "Were you frightened on your first day?" Mrs. Finch laughed so hard, she nearly dropped her teacup. "Terrified." "You were." "I was convinced nobody would come." "What?" "Up in." The door never stopped opening. Eleanor smiled. "I hope that happens here." Mrs. Finch reached across and gently squeezed her hand. "It won't happen because of luck. It will happen because people remember kindness far longer than they remember prices." Those words stayed with Eleanor for the rest of the day. Lunchtime. Wagons began arriving, one after another. The first carried shelves filled with storybooks, adventure tales, fairy stories, animal stories, travel journals, picture books, beautiful leather-bound classics. The second wagon brought toys, handmade wooden trains, painted spinning tops, skipping ropes, soft teddy bears, building blocks, tin soldiers, tiny dolls with carefully stitched dresses. The third wagon carried sweets, glass jars filled with colorful boiled sweets, dot chocolate drops, PEPPERMINTS, dot honey toffees, fruit chews, caramel sticks, even old-fashioned licorice twists that smelled wonderfully rich. Each delivery filled the shop with more color, more life, more possibility. Asterisk. Eleanor insisted on unpacking every single box herself. Although several workers offered to help, she politely refused. "If this is going to be my shop," she smiled, "then I should know exactly where everything belongs." For hours she carefully arranged every shelf, books together, toys together, stationery neatly organized, sweet jars lined up according to color until they resembled a bright rainbow stretching across the shelves. Whenever she stepped back to admire her work, she noticed something else that could be improved. A jar moved slightly left. A teddy bear turned to face the window. Stack of notebooks straightened. A ribbon tied around a gift box. Tiny changes. But together they slowly transformed the room into something wonderfully welcoming. Late that afternoon, a little boy stopped outside the window. He couldn't have been older than 6. His nose pressed against the glass as he stared at the spinning tops displayed near the entrance. He wasn't looking at the expensive toys, only one small painted top blue dot with a red stripe around its middle. He stared at it for nearly 2 whole minutes before quietly walking away. Eleanor watched him disappear down the street. She couldn't explain why, but something about that moment stayed with her. Later, while everyone else had gone home, she quietly opened the front door and looked across the empty square. The village was peaceful again. A gentle breeze carried fallen autumn leaves along the cobblestones. Church bells echoed softly in the distance. Then she heard footsteps. Turning around, she saw the same little boy standing several meters away. He looked embarrassed. I wasn't stealing," Eleanor smiled kindly. "I never thought you were. I only wanted another look at the spinning top." He nodded. "It's beautiful." She walked back inside, lifted the little blue top from the display, and returned to the doorway. "What do you think?" "I think," he swallowed, "it's the nicest one I've ever seen." "Would you like to spin it?" His eyes grew wide. "Really?" "Of course." She placed it carefully into his hands. For the next 10 minutes, they laughed together as he practiced spinning it across the smooth wooden floor. Sometimes it fell over immediately. Sometimes it danced beautifully in perfect circles. Every successful spin made him grin even wider. When he finally handed it back, he smiled shyly. "Thank you. What's your name?" "Oliver." "I'm Eleanor. I'll come back when the shop opens." "I'll be waiting." He waved before running home. disappearing around the corner just as the first evening stars appeared overhead. Standing alone in the quiet shop once more, Eleanor carefully placed the blue spinning top back in its place. Only now, it no longer looked like just another toy. It looked like the beginning of her very first friendship. And without realizing it, the little shop had already started doing exactly what it had been built to do, bringing strangers together. Morning arrived beneath a blanket of soft silver mist. The rooftops of Ashbrook village were barely visible. As the first rays of sunlight slowly broke through the clouds, dew clung to every blade of grass, sparkling like tiny diamonds, as birds welcomed the new day with cheerful songs. Eleanor reached the shop before anyone else. She unlocked the front door with hands that still trembled ever so slightly with excitement. The familiar brass bell above the entrance gave its gentle chime. For a brief moment, she simply stood in silence. The shop felt different. Yesterday it had been a building filled with shelves. Today, it felt like a place waiting for memories. She breathed in deeply. Fresh timber, paper from newly printed books, sweet caramel, vanilla, faint hint of lavender drifting through the open window. It was a scent unlike anywhere else in the village. She smiled. This is home. Her voice echoed softly around the empty room. Only minutes later, another knock came at the door. Mrs. Finch entered, carrying two small aprons folded neatly over one arm. I thought every proper shopkeeper should look the part. She unfolded the first apron. It was beautifully simple, cream-colored with dark green stitching around the edges. Across the front was embroidered a tiny oak tree. Eleanor gently touched the stitching. You made this. Mrs. Finch nodded proudly. My granddaughter helped? It's beautiful. You'll probably cover it in flour, chocolate, and dust before lunchtime. Eleanor laughed. I hope so. They spent the next hour preparing every tiny detail. Books were dusted once again, glass jars polished until they gleamed. The floor swept for what felt like the 10th time. Mrs. Finch smiled knowingly. You've already cleaned this floor twice. I know. And you'll probably clean it another 3 times. I probably will. Mrs. Finch chuckled. That's how every shopkeeper begins. Just then another visitor arrived. This time it was the village carpenter, Mr. Bennet. He carried a long wooden board wrapped carefully inside an old blanket. I finished it. Eleanor looked puzzled. Finished? What? He slowly pulled away the cloth. A beautiful wooden sign appeared beneath it. The oak wood had been polished until the grain shimmered in the morning light. Elegant gold letters had been painted by hand. The little lantern books, gifts, sweets, kindness. Eleanor stared at it. Her eyes slowly filled with tears. I never told anyone that name. Mr. Bennet smiled. Your father mentioned you liked lanterns. He did. So I thought? He pointed towards the final word, double quotes. Every good shop should remind people of what really matters. She read it again. Books, gifts, sweets, kindness, not profit, not business. Kindness. Somehow That single word meant more than all the others combined. Within the hour, the sign was hanging proudly above the entrance. Villagers stopped one after another to admire it. What a lovely name. It suits the street. I wonder who owns it. Children pointed excitedly towards the colorful window display, while parents smiled curiously. Inside, Eleanor watched every face. Nobody recognized her. Nobody treated her differently. Nobody knew she came from the Grand Heart estate. For the first time, people simply saw another young shopkeeper. The feeling was strangely comforting. Around midday, Mrs. Finch quietly placed a small notebook on the counter. "What's this?" "A shop diary." Eleanor opened it. The pages were completely blank. "I don't understand." Mrs. Finch smiled. Every evening, she gently tapped the first page. Double quotes. "Write down one thing." "What sort of thing?" "The happiest moment of your day. Only one. Only one. And if nothing happy happens." Mrs. Finch laughed softly. "Then you haven't looked closely enough." Eleanor nodded thoughtfully before placing the notebook beneath the counter. She had no idea that years from now, those pages would become one of her greatest treasures. As the afternoon passed, more visitors wandered inside. Most weren't shopping. They were simply curious. An elderly couple admired the books. A young mother asked about children's puzzles. Several teenagers laughed while trying old-fashioned spinning tops. Nobody bought very much. A bookmark, a peppermint, a notebook, that a handful of boiled sweets. Yet Eleanor didn't feel disappointed. She had expected silence. Instead, the little shop was already beginning to breathe. Late that afternoon, Oliver returned. This time, he wasn't alone. 3 other children followed behind him. "You have to see it," he whispered excitedly. "It's even better inside." The children stepped cautiously through the doorway, their eyes growing wider with every shelf they passed. One little girl gasped when she spotted dozens of teddy bears sitting together. Another boy became fascinated by a shelf filled with tiny wooden puzzles. Oliver walked proudly towards the blue spinning top. "I told you. It's still here." Eleanor smiled. "You remembered. I said I would." She crouched beside the children. "Would you like me to show you something?" They nodded eagerly. She disappeared behind the counter before returning with an old wooden box. Inside were dozens of tiny paper stars. Every single one had been folded by hand. The children stared in amazement. "What are they for?" Eleanor smiled mysteriously. Every child who does one kind thing for someone else. She placed one golden paper star into Oliver's hand. "Gets to choose a star." "What do we do with it?" "You write your name on the back." And then she pointed towards an empty section of the wall. "I'm going to cover that whole wall with stars." "Why?" "So that every person who visits this shop remembers something important." Oliver looked puzzled. "What?" Eleanor smiled warmly. "Kindness grows." The children fell silent, even at their young age. Somehow they understood. Oliver carefully wrote, his name on the tiny star before pinning it onto the wall. It was the very first one. Just a single little paper star against a large empty wall. Yet, somehow, it made the entire shop feel warmer. None of them realized that by the end of the year, that empty wall would hold hundreds upon hundreds of stars, each one carrying the name of someone who had chosen kindness over selfishness. And together, those tiny stars would quietly change the heart of Ashbrook Village forever. Asterisk, by the end of the week, something remarkable had begun to happen. The little lantern had not officially opened yet people found excuses to walk past its windows. Some slowed their pace just to admire the colorful displays. Others paused for a moment before continuing on their way. Children pressed their hands against the glass, trying to guess what new toys had appeared overnight. Eleanor noticed every single one of them. Every evening after the shop closed, she changed something in the display. One night she built a tiny forest using pine branches, wooden animals, and little lanterns that glowed softly after sunset. The following evening she transformed the window into a miniature seaside village with painted boats, seashells, and adventure books arranged to look like waves. Another day she created a cozy reading corner filled with blankets, storybooks, and a teddy bear wearing a tiny knitted scarf. No display ever stayed the same for more than a day. Before long, villagers had started making a game of it. I wonder what she'll think of next. My grandchildren insist we walk this way every morning. It almost feels like watching a story unfold. Those simple comments filled Eleanor with quiet pride. She wasn't trying to compete with the larger shops. She simply wanted people to smile, even if only for a few seconds. One crisp Saturday morning, while arranging fresh flowers outside the entrance, she noticed an elderly woman standing across the street. The woman wasn't looking at the books. She wasn't looking at the toys. She was staring at the empty bench beside the shop. For several minutes, she remained perfectly still. Eventually, Eleanor walked over. "Good morning." The woman looked slightly startled before offering a polite smile. "Oh, good morning, dear. It's a lovely morning." "It certainly is." There was another long silence. Eleanor had learned something from Mrs. Finch. Not every silence needed to be filled with words. Sometimes people only needed someone willing to stand beside them. After nearly a minute, the elderly woman spoke quietly. "My husband used to sit on that bench every Saturday." Eleanor turned towards it. It was his favorite place. He'd watch everyone passing by. He knew nearly every face in the village. A faint smile appeared. He always said you could tell how a person was feeling by the way they walked. Eleanor listened carefully. "He passed away last winter." The words were spoken gently, without bitterness, without anger, simply with the quiet sadness of someone learning to live with loss. "I'm sorry." "So am I." The woman smiled again. But grief becomes lighter when someone remembers. Eleanor looked at the empty bench. Once more, an idea quietly appeared in her mind. "Would you wait here for just a moment?" Before the woman could answer, Eleanor hurried inside. A few minutes later, she returned carrying a thick woolen cushion she had found among the gift displays. She carefully placed it on the wooden bench before stepping back. There, the elderly woman looked puzzled. "What are you doing?" "Making sure anyone who sits here is comfortable." The woman slowly lowered herself onto the bench. She smiled almost immediately. "Oh, that's much better." Eleanor laughed. So, for nearly half an hour, they sat together watching the village wake up. Children chased one another across the square. Dogs barked happily as their owners greeted neighbors. The bakery door opened again and again, releasing the comforting smell of fresh bread into the cool morning air. Eventually, the woman stood. "I should be going." She reached into her handbag before removing a tiny silver locket. "I want you to have this." Eleanor quickly shook her head. "Oh, I couldn't." "You can. It belonged to my daughter." The woman smiled warmly. She loved helping people. "I think she'd have liked you." Before Eleanor could protest again, the woman gently placed the little locket into her hand. "My name is Margaret." "I'm Eleanor." "I know," Margaret smiled knowingly. "I've heard wonderful things about your little shop." As Margaret slowly disappeared into the crowd, Eleanor looked down at the tiny silver locket resting in her palm. It wasn't expensive. This silver had faded with age. One small scratch ran across the front, but somehow it felt priceless. She carefully tucked it into the pocket of her apron. That evening, as the sun disappeared beyond the rooftops, she opened Mrs. Finch's little diary for the first time. She dipped her pen into the ink. For several seconds, she simply stared at the empty page. Then, in careful handwriting, she wrote, "Day 1. Today, I learned that sometimes people don't come looking for sweets or books. Sometimes they come looking for someone who will simply listen." She smiled as the ink slowly dried. Closing the diary, she locked it safely inside the drawer beneath the counter. Outside, the square grew quiet. One by one, the lights inside neighboring shops went out. The bakery, the florist, the clockmaker. Finally, only the warm golden glow of the little lantern remained, spilling softly onto the cobbled street. From the upstairs window of the empty storage room, Eleanor looked down at the peaceful village. She realized something she had never understood before. A shop wasn't measured by the number of things it sold. It was measured by the number of lives it quietly touched. And although the little lantern had barely begun its journey, its light was already reaching far beyond its little windows. Without anyone noticing, the village itself was beginning to change. The following Monday arrived with clear blue skies and a gentle breeze that carried the scent of blooming lavender through the village square. For the first time since the renovations had begun, Eleonora unlocked the shop without feeling nervous. Instead, she felt responsible. She glanced around at the neat shelves, the polished counter, the colorful jars of sweets, and the growing wall of paper stars. Everything was exactly where it belonged. The tiny teddy bear near the window had somehow tilted sideways during the night. She smiled. "That won't do." Carefully straightening its little hat, she stepped back and admired the display once more. Perfect? Perfect. Just then the brass bell above the door chimed. A little girl cautiously stepped inside, clutching her mother's hand. She couldn't have been older than 5. Her bright brown eyes wandered across every shelf with complete amazement. "Good morning," Eleanor greeted warmly. The little girl hid behind her mother's coat. The woman smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry. She's rather shy around new people." "There's nothing wrong with that." Eleanor crouched to the child's height. "I'm a little shy sometimes too." The little girl slowly peeked around her mother's arm. "My name's Emily." "What a lovely name." The child pointed towards a shelf filled with tiny knitted rabbits. "Did they all come together?" Eleanor looked at the little rabbits before smiling. "I imagine they did. They'd probably get lonely otherwise." Emily nodded very seriously. "I think so too." Her mother laughed softly. Within minutes, the little girl was happily walking around the shop, asking questions about almost everything she saw. "Why is that teddy wearing glasses? Does this train really whistle? Who painted these wooden birds? Can stories ever run out?" Each question made Eleanor smile. She answered everyone as though it were the most important question she'd ever heard. When Emily finally chose a small storybook about woodland animals, Eleanor wrapped it carefully in brown paper before tying it with a green ribbon. Emily looked puzzled. "You don't have to wrap it." "I know." "Then why did you?" "Because every story deserves to feel like a gift." The little girl's face lit up. "I've never had a book wrapped before." As mother and daughter left, Emily waved enthusiastically through the window. "I'll read it tonight. I hope you love every page." The door closed behind them. Mrs. Finch, who had quietly been arranging flowers outside, looked through the window with a knowing smile. "You've discovered something." Eleanor looked up. "What?" "Children remember feelings far longer than prices." The word stayed with her throughout the day. By midday, the square became busier than usual. Farmers arrived with baskets overflowing with apples. The bakery sold out of fresh bread before noon. The clockmaker carefully adjusted the large clock above his shop while humming an old tune. Life in Ashbrook moved with its usual peaceful rhythm. Then, a loud crash shattered the calm. Everyone turned. Across the square, an elderly delivery man had slipped while unloading wooden crates from his cart. Several boxes had burst open, sending apples rolling in every direction. The horse pulling the cart became startled. People stopped. Some watched, others hesitated. Before anyone else could move, Eleanor hurried outside. "It's all right." She gently took hold of the horse's reins. "Easy." The frightened animal gradually settled. At the same moment, Oliver and his friends raced across the square. "We'll get the apples." Within seconds, children were laughing as they chased runaway apples across the cobblestones. Shopkeepers left their businesses to help. The baker carried damaged crates. The florist gathered scattered fruit into baskets. Even Mr. Bennet, still covered in sawdust from his workshop, hurried over to lift the heavier boxers. Less than 10 minutes later, every apple had been collected. The cart had been repacked. The elderly delivery man removed his cap, his eyes glistening with emotion. "I don't know how to thank you all." Mrs. Finch smiled. "You already have." I have. You reminded us what neighbors are for. The villagers quietly returned to their work as though nothing extraordinary had happened. But Eleanor noticed something. Nobody had been asked to help. Nobody had been paid. Nobody had expected a reward. They simply saw someone in need and acted. Asterisk that evening, as the golden light of sunset bathed the village in warm amber colors, Oliver bursts into the shop carrying something behind his back. Eleanor, what have you got there? You'll see. With a huge grin, he revealed a small wooden frame. Inside it was a neatly written sign. One good deed every day. I made it with Mr. Bennet. Eleanor's eyes widened. You made this. We all did. Behind Oliver. 3 more children appeared. Emily, Thomas, Lucy. Each of them carried tiny painted handprints on their aprons. We thought, Oliver said shyly, if people see the sign, maybe they'll want to earn another paper star. For several moments, Eleanor couldn't find any words. Finally, she smiled. I think. She carefully hung the sign beside the growing wall of stars. It's absolutely perfect. As darkness slowly settled over Ash, lanterns flickered to life outside every shop. People passing by stopped to read the new sign. Some smiled. Some nodded thoughtfully. One elderly gentleman quietly whispered, "That's something we could all live by." Eleanor stood at the doorway, watching neighbors disappear into the peaceful evening. The paper stars fluttered gently on the wall behind her. There were only 12 of them. Now, just 12. Yet somehow, they already made the little shop feel brighter than all the lanterns in the village. And somewhere, deep inside, Eleanor had the quiet feeling that this was only the beginning. Because kindness, once it found a place to grow, had a remarkable way of spreading from one heart to another until an entire community was changed without anyone ever noticing exactly when it had begun. Tuesday brought rain. Not the fierce kind that arrived with thunder and howling winds, but the gentle sort that seemed to slow the entire village. Tiny droplets tapped softly against windows. Roofs glistened beneath gray clouds, and puddles formed along the cobbled streets, reflecting the warm glow of shop lanterns. Eleanor loved rainy mornings. There was something comforting about the sound of rain against the windows of the little lantern. It made the shop feel warmer, cozier, almost as though the weather itself was inviting people inside. She unlocked the door just as the church clock struck 8. Almost immediately, the familiar smell of books, polished wood, and fresh caramel greeted her. She smiled. I think rainy days are made for stories. Mrs. Finch, who had arrived carrying a basket of freshly baked scones, laughed. And hot tea. And hot tea. Within minutes, a kettle was singing gently on the small stove behind the counter, filling the room with the comforting aroma of Earl Grey. Outside, umbrellas drifted slowly through the square like colorful mushrooms. Business was quieter than usual. Most people hurried from one shop to another without lingering. Eleanor didn't mind. She used the peaceful morning to dust shelves, rearrange displays, and read a few pages from one of the adventure books she had been meaning to start. The soft silence was broken by a hesitant knock A young man stepped inside. Shaking rain from his coat, he looked no older than 20-5. His clothes were neat but worn, and his boots carried the mud of someone who spent long hours outdoors. "Good morning," Eleanor greeted. "Morning." His voice was polite but unusually quiet. He wandered slowly through the shop without touching anything. Instead, he simply looked books, games, candles, notebooks, the wall of paper stars. Eventually, he stopped before the shelves of children's stories. His eyes rested on a beautifully illustrated book about a family of foxes living deep within an ancient forest. He picked it up carefully, turned a few pages, smiled, then looked at the small price written inside. The smile faded. Very gently, he placed the book back exactly where he had found it. Eleanor noticed that she didn't mention it. Instead, she walked over, carrying 2 cups of tea. "I've made too much." The young man looked surprised. "I couldn't. You'd be helping me." He hesitated, then accepted the cup. "Thank you." For a while, they simply stood watching the rain through the front window. Finally, Eleanor asked, "Do you enjoy reading?" "Who said? Do. What changed?" He looked down into his tea. "My sister." Eleanor remained silent. He continued, "She's 8. She loves stories. I promised I'd bring her a new book every month." He gave a small, embarrassed laugh. "I've managed every month until now." "You couldn't this month?" He shook his head. "The farm hasn't done well." After paying for food and medicine, he smiled sadly. "There isn't much left." He quickly finished his tea. "I shouldn't have bothered you." "You haven't. I'll come back another time." He placed the empty cup on the counter before quietly leaving. The little bell above the door gave its cheerful ring. Then silence returned. Eleanor looked towards the shelf. The fox story remained exactly where he had left it. Mrs. Finch had watched the entire conversation. "What are you thinking?" "I want to help." "Then help." "But I don't want him to feel embarrassed." Mrs. Finch smiled knowingly. "Then don't help him." Eleanor looked confused. "What? Help someone else?" She frowned. "I don't understand." Mrs. Finch reached for the fox story. She wrapped it carefully in brown paper before tying it with green ribbon. Then she wrote only 3 words on a tiny gift tag. "For Hannah. No name, no explanation." She handed the parcel to Eleanor. "Now," she smiled. "Find a way." That afternoon the rain eased. Eleanor remembered seeing the young man walking towards the cottages beyond the old mill. After closing the shop for lunch, she quietly made her way along the narrow country lane. The path wound through fields, shimmering with raindrops. Birds emerged once more, singing joyfully from hedgerows. Eventually, she reached a small stone cottage it was neat, simple. The garden overflowed with vegetables instead of flowers. Children's boots rested beside the front door. She hesitated, then quietly placed the wrapped parcel on the doorstep. Before knocking, she slipped away behind the garden wall. A few moments later, the door opened. the young man appeared. Behind him stood a little girl, wearing an oversized knitted jumper. She spotted the parcel first. "Daniel, there's a present." He looked around. Nobody. Only the quiet lane stretching into the distance. He picked up the package, carefully untied the ribbon dot. When Hannah saw the book inside, her face lit up brighter than the morning sun. The Fox book. She threw her arms around her brother. "You remember." Daniel swallowed hard. He looked once more towards the empty lane. Although he couldn't see Eleanor hidden behind the hedge, he somehow smiled as though he knew. Back at the shop that evening, Eleanor opened the little diary. She wrote slowly, "Day 2. The greatest gifts are often the ones that arrive without anyone asking who sent them." She paused before adding one final sentence. "Kindness doesn't always need a signature." She closed the diary with a gentle smile. Outside, the rain had finally stopped. Above Ashbrook, the clouds slowly drifted apart, revealing a sky filled with hundreds of brilliant stars. Inside the little lantern, the paper stars on the wall caught the glow of the lanterns, their golden folds shimmering softly in the evening light. Eleanor looked at them for a long moment. There were 30 now, only one more than yesterday. Yet somehow, the shop felt brighter than ever. And although she couldn't explain why, she had a feeling that somewhere in a little stone cottage beyond the old mill, an 8-year-old girl would fall asleep that night with a storybook resting on her pillow and a smile that might last for years. The next morning arrived wrapped in brilliant sunshine. It was as though the rain had washed every corner of Ashbrook Village clean. The rooftops sparkled beneath the early light. Birds darted happily between the trees, and the flower boxers outside every shop seemed brighter than ever before. Eleanor unlocked the little lantern with a smile that appeared almost without thinking. She had begun to notice something. Every morning, the little shop greeted her differently. Some days, it felt peaceful. Some days, it buzzed with excitement before anyone had even stepped inside. Today, it felt expectant, almost as though it knew something wonderful was about to happen. She switched on the lanterns hanging from the ceiling, even though daylight already filled the room. Mrs. Finch always insisted on it. "A lantern isn't there because the room is dark," she often said. "It's there to remind people they're welcome." Those words had become one of Eleanor's favorite sayings. She had even written them neatly onto a small wooden plaque behind the counter. As she finished arranging the fresh flowers near the entrance, she noticed someone standing outside. It was Daniel, the young farmer from the previous day. He hesitated before stepping inside. The familiar bell rang softly above the door. "Good morning," Eleanor greeted. Daniel smiled. "Morning." For a few moments, he simply looked around the shop. Finally, he placed a small basket on the counter. "I brought these." Inside were half a dozen freshly picked apples, a jar of homemade honey, and a loaf of warm farmhouse bread. "You didn't have to bring anything." "I know." He looked slightly embarrassed. "But I wanted to." Eleanor gently pushed the basket back towards him. "I can't accept payment for a gift." Danielle smiled. "It isn't payment. What is it then? It's gratitude. She looked at the basket once more, then slowly nodded. In that case, she smiled warmly. Double quotes. Thank you. Before leaving, Daniel paused at the doorway. I don't know who left that book. Eleanor said nothing. But whoever it was, he glanced towards the growing wall of paper stars. They reminded my little sister that promises still matter. He tipped his cap before quietly walking back into the sunshine. Mrs. Finch appeared from the storeroom carrying a fresh tray of biscuits. You didn't tell him, no? Will you ever? Eleanor thought for a moment. I don't think it matters. Mrs. Finch smiled proudly. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. By mid-morning, the square was alive with activity. A traveling musician had stopped beside the old fountain, playing cheerful tunes on a violin polished smooth with age. Children gathered around him, clapping along to the rhythm. Shopkeepers smiled as the lively music drifted through open windows. Even customers inside the little lantern found themselves humming quietly. Oliver burst through the door, slightly out of breath. Eleanor, what is it? Come outside. She followed him. In the middle of the square stood a large oak tree whose branches stretched high above the surrounding buildings. Oliver pointed towards it. Look! Tiny strips of colored ribbon fluttered gently among the lower branches. Red, blue, green, yellow. Who put those there? Eleanor asked. No one knows. One of the older villagers chuckled. It's an old tradition, Mrs. Finch nodded. I haven't seen anyone do it in years. What does it mean? Elena asked. The elderly woman smiled. When someone in the village experiences an act of unexpected kindness, she looked towards the ribbons dancing in the breeze. They tie a ribbon onto the kindness tree. Eleanor's eyes widened. I've never heard of that, because the tradition almost disappeared. Mrs. Finch sighed softly. People became busy. They forgot. Oliver suddenly grinned. We should bring it back. Several children immediately agreed. Yes, it looks beautiful. We can make more ribbons. By the afternoon, they had gathered scraps of fabric from all over the village. The tailor donated colorful the florist found soft green ribbon. The baker contributed twine dyed with natural berries. Even the blacksmith crafted tiny metal hooks so the ribbons wouldn't blow away in strong winds. By sunset, the lower branches of the gray oak shimmered with color. Villagers stopped to admire it. Children laughed while helping one another reach the higher branches. An elderly couple quietly tied a pale blue ribbon together before walking away hand in hand. Nobody asked why. Nobody needed to. Later that evening, Eleanor stood beneath the tree with Mrs. Finch. The ribbons rustled softly in the evening breeze. They're beautiful, Eleanor whispered. They're more than beautiful. Mrs. Finch looked up into the branches. They're reminders. Reminders of what? That goodness spreads. She smiled gently. One kind act inspires another, and another, and another. Eleanor thought about Daniel, about Hannah, about Margaret, about Emily, about Oliver and the children. None of those moments had been planned. Each simple act had quietly encouraged someone else to be kind. It was almost like watching ripples spread across the surface of a still lake. One pebble dot hundreds of circles dot as darkness settled over Ash. The lantern outside the little lantern casts its familiar golden glow across the cobbled street. Eleanor returned inside and opened her diary. She carefully wrote, Day 3. Kindness is like a lantern. It doesn't lose its light by helping another lantern shine. She closed the diary, placed it gently inside the drawer, and looked once more through the shop window across the square. The old oak tree shimmered beneath dozens of colorful ribbons, each one moving gently in the evening breeze. For the first time in many years, the village had remembered an old tradition. And although no one realized it yet, that tree would soon become the heart of an annual celebration that would draw visitors from villages far beyond Ashbrook, who had heard whispers of a place where kindness was treasured. Stories were shared, and even the smallest good deed was never forgotten. The little lantern had opened its doors only a short time ago, yet its light was already reaching farther than Eleanor had ever dared to dream. The first Saturday after the opening of the little lantern arrived with a sense of excitement that seemed to drift through every corner of Ashbrook village. Before sunrise, Eleanor was already awake. She pushed open her bedroom window and breathed in the crisp morning air. Thin wisps of mist floated lazily over the fields beyond the village, while the first rays of sunlight painted the distant hills in shades of gold and amber. Today felt different. She couldn't explain why. Perhaps it was because Saturdays brought families together. Perhaps it was because children had no school. Or perhaps it was because she had quietly decided that every Saturday should become something special. When she reached the shop, the square was still almost empty. Only Mr. Bennet could be seen outside his workshop, sweeping sawdust from the pavement, while humming an old folk tune on Mrs. Finch appeared a few minutes later, carrying a basket larger than usual. "What have you got there?" Eleanor asked. Mrs. Finch smiled mischievously. A surprise! Inside the basket were dozens of freshly baked ginger biscuits. Not ordinary biscuits. Each one had been shaped like a tiny lantern. Some were decorated with white icing. Others had little golden stars painted with honey glaze. "They're beautiful. They're for the children." Eleanor laughed. "If they taste as good as they look, there won't be any left by lunchtime." "I should certainly hope not." Together they placed the biscuits into large glass jars near the counter. Beside them, Eleanor added a small handwritten sign. "Take one, then share one smile today." She stepped back. "It looks nice." Mrs. Finch nodded. "It looks like your shop." By 9 o'clock, the village square had become wonderfully busy. Children raced towards the fountain. Parents chatted outside the bakery. Fresh flowers filled the air with their sweet perfume. A horse-drawn carriage arrived carrying visitors from a nearby village who had heard rumors about the little shop with paper stars covering one wall. The bell above the entrance hardly stopped ringing. "Good morning." "Hi, welcome. It's lovely to see you." Eleanor greeted every customer with the same warm smile. Some came for sweets. Some came for books. Others simply wandered around, admiring the displays. Near the back of the shop, Emily sat on a small wooden stool, reading her woodland storybook aloud to her teddy bear. Oliver proudly demonstrated spinning tops to two younger boys. Lucy carefully helped an elderly lady choose a birthday card, without anyone organizing it. The children had begun helping one another. Mrs. Finch noticed. "So," she whispered, "what do you think?" Eleanor looked around. "I don't think they're visiting the shop anymore." "No, they're becoming part of it." Mrs. Finch smiled quietly. Exactly. Late that morning, as Eleanor wrapped another parcel for a customer, she noticed someone standing hesitantly outside the window. It was a boy she had never seen before. He looked about 11 years old. His clothes were clean but clearly too small for him, as though he had grown faster than his family could afford. He didn't step inside. He simply watched. After 6 minutes, Eleanor walked outside. "Hello?" The boy immediately looked nervous. "I'm sorry, what for?" "I was only looking." "You're welcome to come in." He shook his head. "I don't have any money." Eleanor smiled kindly. "You don't need money to look." The boy glanced towards the doorway. "I've never been inside a bookshop." "Really?" He nodded. "My name's Noah. I'm Eleanor." He hesitated before quietly asking, "Do books really take you to other places?" She smiled. "They've taken me around the whole world." His eyes widened. "Without leaving the village, without leaving this very room." For a long moment, he stared at the shelves through the window. Then he whispered, "I wish I could travel." Something about those words touched Eleanor deeply. She disappeared inside before returning with an old map. It wasn't expensive. It had been tucked inside one of the donated history books. She carefully unfolded it. "This is the world." Noah stared at it in amazement. So many places, so many stories. She pointed towards different countries, mountains, deserts, great forests, snowy villages, ancient castles. His imagination came alive with every place she mentioned. "You've been there?" She laughed. "Only through books." He smiled. "Maybe that's enough." At that moment, an idea quietly appeared. Eleanor walked back inside and returned carrying a small wooden box. Inside were tiny brass keys, each one attached to a handwritten tag. Noah looked confused. "What are these?" "They're reading keys. They don't look like real keys. They aren't." "What do they unlock?" She handed him one. "Your imagination." He turned the little key over in his hand. "I don't understand." "If you borrow a book," she smiled, "this key reminds you that every page opens another door." Noah carefully slipped the tiny key into his pocket as though it were made of gold. "I'll bring it back." "You don't have to." "I don't." "No, it's yours. For always. For always." His eyes shimmered with quiet happiness. "I've never owned a key before." As he stepped into the shop for the very first time, every child already inside looked up. Oliver waved enthusiastically. Come and see the adventure books. Emily held up her woodland story. They're amazing. Within moments, Noah was sitting among them, completely absorbed in stories of explorers, hidden islands, and forgotten kingdoms. Mrs. Finch leaned towards Eleanor. You've done it again. What? You didn't just welcome another customer, she smiled. You welcomed another dreamer. The afternoon passed more quickly than anyone expected. Laughter echoed through every corner of the little shop. Parents lingered longer than they had intended. Children forgot to ask what time it was. Even visitors from neighboring villages promised they would return. As the sun slowly dipped behind the rooftops, Eleanor closed the shop door and looked back across the room. Emily was waving goodbye through the window. Oliver had promised to return tomorrow. Noah clutched his borrowed adventure book beneath one arm, his tiny brass key glinting in the evening sunlight. The paper stars on the wall now numbered 17. Only 17. Asterisk, yet each one represented a story, a choice, a moment of kindness. Eleanor opened her diary before locking up for the night. She smiled as she wrote, Day 4. Some people walk into a shop looking for something to buy. Others walk in looking for hope. If they leave carrying both, then today has been a very good day. She gently closed the diary. Outside, the lantern above the shop door flickered warmly against the gathering twilight. Across the square, the old oak tree swayed gently beneath dozens of colorful ribbons, and high above the rooftops, the first stars of the evening appeared one by one as if the sky itself had begun adding its own stars to mark the growing wall inside the little lantern. Eleanor stood quietly in the doorway for a few moments longer. She had once believed happiness was something people found. Now, she was beginning to understand something far more beautiful. Sometimes thought happiness was something people built together, one small act of kindness at a time. Sunday mornings always carried a different kind of peace. The church bells rang a little softer, the streets were quieter, and even the birds seemed to sing more gently, as though they understood that the village wished to rest before another busy week began. Eleanor reached the little lantern just after sunrise. Instead of unlocking the front door straight away, she sat on the little wooden bench outside the shop. The same bench where Margaret had once shared memories of her late husband. She watched the golden light slowly creep across the cobbled square. One by one, familiar faces began appearing. The baker carried 2 baskets of warm bread balanced carefully on his shoulders. The milkman tipped his hat as he passed. Little white terrier chased pigeons around the fountain while its owner apologized to everyone who laughed. Ashbrook wasn't a large village. It wasn't famous. It wasn't wealthy. Yet every morning it felt as though the whole place woke up together. That was something Eleanor had never experienced while living behind the tall gates of the Hard Estate. Their mornings had always been quiet, almost too quiet. Servants walked silently through long hallways. Meals appeared without anyone knowing who had prepared them. The house was beautiful, but it had never truly felt alive. Here every smile mattered. Every greeting mattered. Every familiar face made the village feel like one enormous family. As she unlocked the shop door, the little brass bell gave its cheerful ring. She had barely stepped inside when she noticed something unusual. A small brown envelope lay neatly on the counter. There was no stamp, no address, only 3 handwritten words for the lantern. She looked around. Nobody. Mrs. Finch hadn't arrived yet. Neither had Oliver or the other children. Carefully opening the envelope, Eleanor found a folded sheet of paper. Inside were 5 one-pound notes. Nothing more. No signature, no explanation. Tucked beneath the money was a tiny handwritten message. For someone who needs it more than I do. Eleanor read the sentence twice. Then a third time. A smile slowly appeared. Someone in the village had quietly decided to continue the kindness without being asked, without expecting thanks. She carefully placed both the note and the money inside a small wooden box beneath the counter. On the lid she wrote a single title, The Kindness Fund. She had no idea how soon it would be needed. By mid-morning, the square was full once again. Children laughed around the fountain. Visitors wandered between the little shops. A group of cyclists stopped to admire the colorful ribbons dancing from the old oak tree. Inside the little lantern, Emily was reading aloud to 3 younger children, while Oliver proudly demonstrated how to solve a wooden puzzle that had completely defeated 2 grown men. Even Mrs. Finch couldn't stop smiling. "I think we're running out of chairs." Eleanor laughed. "That's a nice problem to have." "It certainly is." Just then the door opened again. A woman entered carrying a sleeping baby wrapped snugly inside a blue blanket. She looked exhausted. Dark circles rested beneath her eyes. Her coat was old but carefully mended. She smiled politely. "I'm sorry to disturb you." "You're not disturbing anyone." The woman glanced around nervously. "I was wondering," she hesitated, "whether you had any children's books." "We do. For very young children." Eleanor nodded. "Quite a few." The woman picked up a beautifully illustrated picture book. Its pages were filled with colorful woodland animals. The baby stirred gently in her arms as she smiled at the illustrations. "It's perfect." She turned to the price. The smile faded. "Oh, it's all right." She carefully placed it back. "I'll come another time." Before she reached the door, the baby began crying softly. The woman gently rocked him. "I'm sorry." "You don't need to apologize." She smiled sadly. "Everything seems to make him cry these days." Mrs. Finch quietly prepared a cup of tea, while Eleanor watched silently. An idea came to her almost immediately. She bent down behind the counter and opened the kindness fund. £5, exactly enough. She wrapped the picture book in brown paper, tied it with a pale blue ribbon, and placed it inside a cloth bag. Then she walked over. "I think you forgot something." The woman looked confused. "I haven't bought anything." "I know." She handed over the little bag. "Someone already has." The woman's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" Eleanor simply smiled. "This morning, someone left a gift They asked us to use it for whoever needed it most. The woman looked completely speechless. I can't accept this. You can? It isn't from me. It's from kindness. For a long moment, the woman simply stood there. Then, tears quietly filled her eyes. I don't even know what to say. You don't have to say anything. She looked down at her sleeping baby. I've wanted to read to him every night. She gently touched the wrapped parcel. I just couldn't afford books. Mrs. Finch handed her the warm cup of tea. Every child deserves a bedtime story. The woman smiled through her tears. My name's Sarah. I'm Eleanor. Sarah looked around the cozy little shop. I've only lived here 3 weeks. I was frightened. I didn't know anyone. She looked at the wrapped book again. I think she laughed softly. I chose the right village. After she left, the shop fell quiet for a few moments. Oliver finally broke the silence. Who gave the money? Eleanor shook her head. I don't know. Will we ever find out? I hope not. Why? She looked towards the growing wall of paper stars. Because some of the brightest stars, she smiled gently. Double quotes, does shine without anyone knowing their names. That evening, before closing the shop, Eleanor counted the paper stars once. Again, .20-1. The number itself wasn't important. What mattered was what each one represented. A promise kept, a stranger helped, a chalinkare, a lonely neighbor comforted, a book gifted, a smile shared. She opened her diary one last time before blowing out the lanterns. Day 5. The world becomes a little brighter every time someone chooses to do good without expecting to be seen. She closed the diary and locked it safely away. Outside, the evening breeze carried the gentle sound of laughter across the square. The lantern above the shop glowed warmly beneath the darkening sky. Across the road, the ribbons in the old oak tree fluttered quietly, catching the last light of the setting sun. Eleanor stood at the doorway for a moment, watching families stroll home together. Only a few weeks earlier, this little shop had been an empty building, forgotten by almost everyone. Now, it had become something far greater than a place to buy books or sweets. It had become a place where hope quietly found a home. And somewhere beyond the rolling hills surrounding Ashbrook, another traveler was already making their way towards the village, someone whose arrival would soon test everything Eleanor believed about trust, forgiveness, and the true meaning of kindness. The following morning began unlike any other. A thick blanket of fog had settled over Ashbrook during the night, swallowing the distant hills and wrapping the village in a peaceful silence. Even the church tower seemed to disappear into the pale, gray mist, leaving only the sound of its bell to remind everyone it was still there. Eleanor arrived at the little lantern earlier than usual. As she unlocked the door, she noticed something odd. The little brass bell above the entrance didn't ring. She looked up. A tiny sparrow was perched on top of it. The little bird tilted its head, watching her without the slightest hint of fear. Eleanor smiled. Well, she whispered. "I suppose you're my first visitor today." The sparrow fluttered onto the windowsill before flying back into the fog. She laughed softly. "I'll take that as a good morning." Inside, the shop felt wonderfully cozy. She lit every lantern one by one. Golden light spread across the wooden shelves, making the books glow warmly despite the gloomy weather outside. The scent of cinnamon drifted through the room as Mrs. Finch arrived carrying a fresh tray of pastries. "I think the weather wants everyone to stay indoors today." Eleanor looked through the mist-covered window. "Perhaps?" Mrs. Finch smiled. "Then we'll simply make this the coziest place in the village." Together they moved a pair of comfortable armchairs closer to the fireplace. Soft blankets were folded neatly over the backs of the chairs. A small table appeared between them with a teapot, cups, and a bowl of homemade biscuits. The Reading corner suddenly felt less like part of a shop and more like someone's sitting room. Before long ago, people began wandering inside simply to escape the cold. Some bought books, others ordered sweets. Several stayed with cups of tea while reading quietly beside the fire. Nobody seemed to be in a hurry. Around mid-morning, the shop door opened again. A tall man stepped inside. His dark traveling coat was damp from the fog, and a well-worn leather rucksack rested across one shoulder. Unlike most visitors, he didn't look around with curiosity. Instead, his eyes slowly traveled across every shelf, every picture frame, and every paper star, as though he were searching for something very specific. "Good morning," Eleanor greeted. The man smiled politely. "Morning." His voice was calm, gentle. There was something thoughtful about him. "I've heard about this place." "You have." "I've been traveling for several weeks. Nearly every village I've passed through mentioned a little shop where kindness was worth more than money." Eleanor couldn't help smiling. "I think they were being rather generous." "Perhaps." He looked towards the growing wall of stars. Or perhaps they simply recognized something rare. He slowly walked towards the bookshelf nearest the fireplace. Instead of choosing a novel, he selected an old poetry collection, running his fingers across the faded cover. He smiled quietly. "I haven't seen this edition in years." "You enjoy poetry?" "I used to write it." "You don't anymore?" He hesitated. "No, life became rather busy." There was a sadness in his voice that Eleanor couldn't quite explain. Before she could ask another question, Emily came running into the shop. "Eleanor." "What is it?" "The ribbons. What about them?" "They've disappeared." Every conversation inside the shop stopped. "What do you mean?" "The kindness tree." Emily pointed frantically through the window. "The ribbons are gone," without another word. Everyone hurried outside. The great oak still stood proudly in the middle of the square, but its branches were almost bare. Only 2 faded ribbons remained, fluttering sadly in the breeze. The colorful display that had brought smiles to so many people had vanished overnight. Villagers gathered beneath the tree. What happened? Who would do such a thing? Children looked heartbroken. Oliver stared at the empty branches. "It took us days to make those." Lucy quietly wiped tears from her eyes. Mrs. Finch rested a comforting hand on her shoulder. "We'll find out." The traveling man looked carefully around the base of the tree. Then, towards the muddy ground nearby, he crouched down. There are footprints. Mr. Bennet joined him, more than one. They lead towards the old bridge. Within minutes, several villagers volunteered to investigate. But Eleanor remained standing beneath the tree. Looking up at the empty branches, she felt strangely calm. Oliver looked at her in disbelief. "Aren't you angry?" she thought for a moment. "A little." Then, "What do?" Instead of answering immediately, Eleanor slowly untied the green ribbon holding back her hair with toes saling. A word. She reached up and gently tied it onto one of the lowest branches. The breeze caught it immediately. It fluttered softly against the gray morning sky. Everyone watched in silence. Mrs. Finch smiled first, then Mr. Bennet, then Margaret. One by one, without anyone saying a word. People began removing little ribbons from hats, scarves, coats, aprons, gift wrapping. Even shoelaces. Within minutes, the villagers were tying fresh ribbons onto the old oak. A little girl offered the pink ribbon from her doll. An elderly gentleman removed the ribbon from a parcel he had planned to deliver later that day. The florist hurried back to her shop before returning with an armful of colorful silk strips. The traveling man quietly reached into his pocket. He produced a faded blue ribbon, carefully folded despite its age. He looked at it for a long moment before tying it high on one of the branches. Eleanor noticed. Was it special? He smiled sadly. It belonged to someone I loved. She expected him to explain further. He did in single quotes, tea, within less than an hour. The kindness tree looked more beautiful than ever before. There were even more ribbons than yesterday. Brighter colors, longer streamers, different fabrics. The branches danced happily in the breeze. Oliver looked up in amazement. They couldn't stop kindness. Eleanor smiled. No, they only reminded us to create even more of it. The villagers slowly returned to their work. Laughter replaced disappointment. Hope replaced frustration. As Eleanor walked back towards the little lantern, the traveling man remained beneath the tree for a few moments longer. He looked from the ribbons, the little shop, and finally towards Eleanor. A thoughtful smile crossed his face, almost as though he had found exactly what he had been searching for. She had no idea who he was, nor did she realize that his arrival in Ashbrook was no accident. The story he carried with him was about to change not only his own life, but the future of the little lantern itself. The traveling stranger remained in Ashbrook not for an hour, not for a single afternoon. He quietly rented a small room above the old bakery at the edge of the village, and over the next few days became a familiar sight, walking slowly through the cobbled streets with a leather notebook tucked beneath his arm. Nobody knew very much about him. He introduced himself simply as Arthur, no surname, no long explanation. Whenever someone asked where he had come from, he smiled politely and replied, "Oh, I've been to many places." It was enough for most people. Ashbrook had never been the sort of village to force answers from strangers. People believed that everyone carried a story. Some simply needed more time before they were ready to tell it. On Wednesday morning, Eleanor found Arthur sitting on the bench outside the little lantern long before the shop opened. He wasn't reading. He wasn't writing. He was simply watching the village wake up. The baker greeted everyone by name. Mr. Bennet whistled while unlocking his workshop. Oliver hurried across the square carrying a satchel almost larger than himself. Arthur smiled at each little moment as though committing it to memory. Eleanor unlocked the door beside him. "You certainly wake up early." Arthur laughed quietly. "I've learned that villagers tell their best stories before breakfast. Se es mille. I've never thought about it like that." "They do." He pointed across the square. "Look." An elderly woman was struggling with 2 heavy buckets. Before anyone asked, a teenage boy hurried across to carry them. A few moments later, another neighbor stopped to help him. Neither expected thanks, neither stayed for praise. They simply carried on with their day. Arthur nodded. "That's a story." Eleanor watched thoughtfully. "I suppose it is. The world often looks for heroes doing extraordinary things." He smiled. Found they're usually ordinary people doing ordinary things with extraordinary kindness. Those words stayed with Eleanor long after Arthur disappeared inside the shop. Later that morning, the children arrived. Only this time, they weren't carrying books. They carried brushes, paint pots, that old pieces of wood, bundles of ribbon. Oliver placed everything onto the floor with a grin. "We've got an idea!" Emily nodded excitedly. "A really good one." Lucy unfolded a rough drawing she had made. At the top she'd carefully written, "The Wall of Wishes." Eleanor looked puzzled. "Tell me," Oliver explained. "People write wishes," Emily continued, "not wishes for toys." Lucy smiled. "Wishes for other people," Thomas added. "If someone reads one and can make it happen, they do." Eleanor looked around at their eager faces. "What sort of wishes?" Oliver picked up a piece of paper. He'd already written one. "I hope Mrs. Collins feels better soon." Emily held hers up. "I hope someone visits Mr. Harris because he gets lonely." Thomas smiled shyly. "I hope every child has a bedtime story." Eleanor felt her heart swell. Mrs. Finch quietly wiped away a tear. "I think," she whispered, "these children are teaching us now." Within the hour, they had transformed one empty wall beside the reading corner. A large wooden board was painted sky blue. Tiny white clouds floated across the top. Below them hung dozens of little envelopes waiting to be filled. Beside the display, Eleanor added a simple sign: "Leave a wish, grant a wish, spread a little hope." The first envelope appeared only minutes later. Nobody saw who placed it there. Inside was a single handwritten sentence. "I wish someone would teach me to read." Eleanor stared at it. There was no name, no address, nothing. Only those words. She looked towards Arthur, who happened to be reading near the fireplace. "Have you seen who left this?" He gently closed his book. "No. What should I do?" "Arthur es mille." Perhaps double quotes. Wait. For what? For the right person to read it. By lunchtime, the wall of wishes had already begun filling. Some wishes were tiny. I hope my neighbor's roses bloom again. Some made people laugh. I wish my grandfather would stop pretending he doesn't like cake. Others touched every heart in the shop. I wish nobody ate supper alone tonight. Children stood reading each wish carefully. Adults smiled thoughtfully before quietly slipping new notes into empty envelopes. Nobody signed them. Nobody asked who had written them. Somehow, that made them even more meaningful. Late that afternoon, a small commotion erupted outside. A frightened puppy was racing wildly around the square. Its lead trailed behind it as villagers tried unsuccessfully to catch it. The tiny dog darted between carts, slipped beneath benches, ran straight through a flower display, scattering petals everywhere. Oliver gave chase. So did Emily. So did half the village. The puppy only ran faster. Eleanor stepped outside just as the little dog sprinted towards the little lantern. Instead of running after it, she quietly sat down on the pavement. Everyone stopped. "What are you doing, Oliver Cadget?" Eleanor smiled, waiting. The puppy slowed. It looked around nervously. Nobody moved. "Nobody," shouted Dot after a few hesitant steps. The little dog cautiously approached Eleanor. She held out one hand. The puppy sniffed her fingers. Its tiny tail gave one uncertain wag, then another. Finally, it climbed straight into her lap. The square burst into laughter and applause. A young girl came running forward. "There you are!" Tears filled her eyes as she hugged the little dog tightly. "I thought I'd lost you forever." "It's all right," Eleanor said softly. "He's safe." The little girl looked up. "Thank you. What is his name?" "Buttons." Buttons licked Eleanor's hand before happily curling back into his owner's arms. Arthur, who had watched the entire scene from outside the bakery, smiled to himself. Mrs. Finch noticed. "What are you thinking?" Arthur looked towards Eleanor. Most people chased frightened things. He paused. Very few know how to make them feel safe enough to come back on their own. That evening, after the last customer had gone home, Eleanor opened her diary. She carefully dipped her pen into the ink and wrote, "Day 6. Today, I learned that kindness isn't always about solving someone's problem. Sometimes, it's about creating a place where fear quietly disappears." She closed the diary gently. Outside, the lantern above the shop glowed against the cool evening sky. The ribbons danced softly beneath the old oak dot inside. The wall of wishes held nearly 30 handwritten hopes from people all across Ashbrook. And sitting quietly in his room above the bakery, Arthur opened his own worn leather notebook. For the first time in many years, he began writing again. Not poetry, not travel notes, but the story of a little village where one ordinary girl had unknowingly reminded an entire community that the smallest acts of kindness often became the greatest adventures of all. Neither Arthur nor Eleanor realized it. But the pages he was writing would one day travel far beyond Ashbrook, carrying the light of the little lantern into places neither of them had ever seen. The next morning, Ashbrook awoke beneath a sky so clear it seemed almost endless. The night's rain had left tiny droplets clinging to every leaf and flower, turning the village into a sea of sparkling diamonds as the first sunlight reached the rooftops. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys. Birds danced between the old oak branches, and the familiar aroma of fresh bread drifted from the bakery before most people had even opened their curtains. Eleanor stood outside, the little lantern holding a small watering can, instead of rushing to unlock the shop. She carefully watered the flower boxers beneath the windows. She had planted them only a week ago. Tiny lavender bushes, white daisies, bright yellow marigolds. Each morning, she greeted them as though they were old friends. "You're growing nicely," she whispered with a smile. A cheerful voice behind her laughed softly. "I've never heard anyone compliment flowers before breakfast." She turned to see Arthur standing nearby with 2 steaming cups of tea. "I wasn't talking to myself, I noticed." He handed her one of the cups. "I thought you might appreciate this." She accepted it gratefully. "You always seem to appear with tea." Arthur chuckled. "I've discovered most problems become smaller after a warm drink." They sat together on the wooden bench outside the shop for several peaceful minutes. Neither of them spoke. Sometimes silence felt far more comfortable than conversation. Children hurried towards school. Mr. Bennet opened his workshop. Mrs. Finch arranged colorful baskets of sweets outside her own little shop. Everything moved with its familiar rhythm. Arthur finally broke the silence. "Do you know what I like most about this village?" Eleanor shook her head. "Nobody seems to be pretending." She looked thoughtful. "What do you mean?" "In the cities." He stared towards the distant hills. "People spend so much time trying to appear important. They hurry, they compete, they hide behind titles. But here," he smiled as the baker waved cheerfully to everyone passing by, "people simply seem happy being themselves." Eleanor looked around the square. She had lived in Ashbrook for several weeks now, yet only after Arthur mentioned it did she truly notice. Nobody hurried. Nobody ignored one another. Every greeting felt genuine. Every smile reached someone's eyes. Perhaps that was what made the village feel so different. Just before 10 o'clock, the familiar brass bell above the shop rang once again. An elderly gentleman stepped cautiously inside. His gray coat was neatly pressed, and he carried an old leather briefcase tucked beneath one arm. Unlike most visitors, he wasn't looking at the books, nor the sweets, nor the toys. Instead, his eyes settled upon the Walt of Vices. He slowly walked towards it, carefully reading every handwritten note. One by one. He remained there for nearly 15 minutes, not saying a word. Finally, he reached into his pocket. He unfolded a tiny piece of paper. His handwriting was neat, but slightly shaky. He placed it inside one of the empty envelopes before quietly turning to leave. Eleanor gently stopped him. "Would you like a cup of tea?" The gentleman smiled politely. I'd. A few minutes later, they sat beside the fireplace. "My name's George. I'm Eleanor." He nodded. I know, I've heard rather wonderful things about your little shop. Eleanor smiled. I'm glad. George stirred his tea slowly. I wasn't sure whether to leave that note. You don't have to tell me what it says. I know. He looked into the dancing flames. But perhaps I want to. He reached across and gently handed her the folded paper. She opened it carefully. Written in careful handwriting were only 8 simple words. I wish someone would play chess with me again. Eleanor looked up. George smiled sadly. My wife used to play every Sunday afternoon. He paused. 43 years. We never missed a week. His eyes wandered towards the rain-speckled window after she passed away. He quietly shrugged. I packed the chessboard into the attic. I couldn't bear looking at it. The room fell silent. Mrs. Finch, who had been arranging books nearby, discreetly turned away to give them privacy. Eleanor folded the little note again. Would you wait here for a moment? George nodded. She disappeared upstairs into the small storage room. After several minutes she returned, carrying a polished wooden chessboard she had discovered among donated games only a few days earlier. She placed it gently on the table. George stared at it. I thought. Eleanor smiled softly. Double quotes. Perhaps today doesn't have to be Sunday. For several seconds he simply looked at the board. Then, with trembling hands, he reached out and touched one of the wooden pieces. His fingers rested on the white king. A faint smile slowly appeared. I haven't touched one of these since. His voice faded. You don't have to finish the sentence. Arthur quietly approached from the reading corner. If you don't mind. He smiled warmly. I'd be honored to lose a game. George laughed. A real laugh. One that echoed gently around the cozy little shop. Oh, he smiled. I wouldn't count on that. Within minutes, the two men were seated opposite each other. The first move was made, then another. Children gathered quietly around the table. Oliver whispered to Emily, "Who's winning?" Mrs. Finch smiled. I don't think that's the important part. The game lasted nearly 2 hours. Customers came and went. The kettle was filled 3 times. The lanterns glowed softly despite the bright afternoon outside. Yet the little circle around the chessboard never seemed to break. When the final move was made, Arthur tipped over his king dramatically. I surrender. George looked astonished. I actually won. Arthur grinned. I did warn you not to underestimate yourself. The old gentleman leaned back in his chair. His eyes shone with quiet happiness. I'd forgotten. He whispered, how lovely it feels simply to play. Oliver immediately raised his hand. Can you teach us? George looked around. You'd like to learn? 4 children nodded together. Emily spoke first. I've always wanted to know. George looked at Eleanor, then at the children, then at the chessboard. A wonderful idea appeared in his eyes. What if? He smiled. Double quotes. Every Wednesday after school. We have a chess afternoon here. Oliver nearly jumped with excitement. Really? Dali? Emily clapped happily. Lucy grinned from ear to ear. George laughed louder than anyone had heard him laugh in years. I believe. He carefully reset every piece on the board. I've just found a reason to bring my old chess set down from the attic. That evening, after everyone had gone home, Eleanor opened her diary. She dipped her pen into the ink and smiled as she wrote, Day 7. Some people think they're searching for happiness. Sometimes they're only searching for someone to ask, would you like to stay a little longer? She gently closed the diary. Outside, the lantern above the little lantern glowed warmly against the deep blue evening sky. Inside, the chessboard remained exactly where George had left it. 32 wooden pieces perfectly arranged, waiting for next Wednesday, waiting for new friendships, waiting for laughter yet to come. And somewhere in the quiet village, George climbed into his attic for the first time in nearly 5 years. Hidden beneath an old blanket, exactly where he had left it, rested the chessboard he and his wife had shared every Sunday. He lifted it carefully into his arms. This time, not with sadness, but with hope. Because for the first time, since losing the person he loved most, he finally had someone waiting for him tomorrow. Wednesday arrived with the kind of sunshine that made the entire village seem brighter than usual. The air carried the sweet fragrance of freshly cut grass. Birds circled lazily above the rooftops, and the ribbons hanging from the kindness tree danced gently in the morning breeze. Eleanor reached the little lantern just as the church clock struck 7. She unlocked the door, stepped inside, and paused. The shop felt wonderfully peaceful. For a moment, she simply stood there, listening. The soft ticking of the old clock on the wall, the gentle creak of the wooden floor beneath her shoes, the faint rustle of pages as a breeze slipped through the open window. It felt as though the little shop itself had its own heartbeat. She smiled. Good morning, although no one else was there. Saying those words had quietly become part of her morning routine. As she swept the front step, she noticed something lying beside the flower box. A tiny wooden bird. It had been carved by hand from a single piece of oak. Its wings were spread as though frozen in flight. There was no note, no name, only the bird. She turned it over. On the bottom, someone had carefully carved 4 tiny words. Keep hope flying. Eleanor looked around the square. There wasn't a soul in sight. Whoever had left it had already gone. She carried the little bird inside and placed it beside the till. It somehow belonged there. Almost immediately, the shop felt warmer. At 8:30, Arthur arrived carrying his leather notebook. Instead of sitting by the fire, as he usually did, he walked directly towards the little wooden bird. He smiled. So, what do you think? Eleanor looked surprised. You know who made it? Arthur nodded. Mr. Bennett, the carpenter. He carves one every year. I've never seen them before, because he never tells anyone. Arthur picked up the bird carefully. When someone quietly changes another person's life, he leaves one behind. No note, no signature. Only the bird. Eleanor looked at it again. It's beautiful, Arthur smiled. That's rather the point. Business was steady throughout the morning. Emily arrived before school to exchange the woodland story. She had almost MEMORISED. Oliver proudly announced that he'd managed to complete every puzzle in the shop. Lucy spent nearly an hour helping Mrs. Finch decorate little jars with colorful ribbons. Everything felt wonderfully ordinary. Then just before midday, the bell above the door rang again. A boy stepped hesitantly inside. He looked about 13. His dark hair was untidy, his jacket was worn, and one sleeve had clearly been stitched several times by hand. Unlike most children, he wasn't looking at the toys. He wasn't looking at the sweets. Instead, he looked around nervously, almost as though expecting someone to tell him he didn't belong there. Eleanor smiled warmly. "Hello?" The boy nodded politely. "Hello, I'm Eleanor." He hesitated. Jacob. "Nice to meet you, Jacob." He gave a small smile before quietly wandering between the shelves. After several minutes, he stopped in front of a collection of sketchbooks. He gently opened one. The thick cream pages were completely blank. He carefully ran his fingers across the paper. Almost lovingly, Eleanor noticed. "You like drawing." Jacob quickly closed the book. "A little. Only a little." He shrugged. "I draw all the time, so why say only a little?" His smile faded. "Because I'm not very good." Mrs. Finch looked up from arranging biscuits. She exchanged a knowing glance with Eleanor. "May I see one?" Jacob immediately shook his head. "No? Why not? They're silly." "I'm sure they aren't." He looked down at the floor. "My teacher says I spend too much time drawing. My uncle says artists never earn proper money. My brother says I should grow out of it." The words hung heavily in the air. Eleanor remembered something her father had once told her. Sometimes, the hardest thing a person carries isn't a heavy bag. It's someone else's opinion. She smiled gently. "What do you enjoy drawing most?" Jacob thought for a moment. "People. Really, I like drawing faces. What makes them interesting? They all tell different stories." Arthur, who had quietly been listening nearby, slowly closed his notebook. Without saying a word, he walked over and sat opposite Jacob. "I have a question." Jacob looked uncertain. "All right," Arthur smiled. "If I gave 10 people the same pencil, would they all draw the same picture?" Jacob laughed. "No." "Why not?" "Because everyone sees things differently." Arthur nodded. "Exactly." He leaned forward. "And the world needs every one of those different ways of seeing." Jacob looked thoughtful. No one had ever answered him like that before. Eleanor disappeared upstairs for a few moments. When she returned, she carried a long, narrow wooden box. She placed it carefully on the counter. "Open it." Jacob looked confused. "I can't." "You can." Slowly lifting the lid, he gasped. Inside rested a complete artist's set. Beautiful graphite pencils, charcoal sticks, fine ink pens, soft erasers, paintbrushes. Everything was perfectly arranged inside velvet lining. Jacob looked up immediately. I couldn't possibly. You haven't heard this story yet. He frowned. What story? Eleanor smiled. These belonged to an artist. They did? Yes, he donated them years ago. What happened to him? No one knows. He left only one note. She opened the lid completely. Tucked inside was a folded piece of paper. She handed it to Jacob. He unfolded it carefully. Written in faded ink were the words, "Talent grows when someone believes in it before you believe in yourself." Jacob read the sentence twice, then a third time. His eyes began to glisten. Arthur smiled quietly. I think those pencils have been waiting for the right owner. Jacob looked overwhelmed, but they're valuable. So are dreams. For several long moments, the boy simply stared at the wooden box. Finally, very carefully, he lifted one pencil, holding it as though it were made of glass. I promise, he whispered. I'll use every single one. Eleanor smiled. I know you will. Before leaving, Jacob paused at the door. I've never shown anyone my drawings. He looked back, but a shy smile appeared. Maybe next week we'll be here. The little bell rang as he stepped outside. Arthur watched him disappear down the sunlit street. He'll be back. How do you know? Arthur looked towards the empty sketchbook shelf. Because someone finally looked at what he could become, instead of what he wasn't yet. That evening, after the shop had closed, and the lanterns cast their familiar golden glow across the room, Eleanor opened her diary. She smiled as she carefully wrote, date, sometimes the greatest gift isn't giving someone the tools they need. It's helping them believe they're worthy of using them. She gently closed the diary. Outside, the evening breeze carried laughter across the village square. The kindness tree shimmered beneath hundreds of colorful ribbons. The wall of wishes had become almost completely full. Georgia's chess club was due to begin in only a few hours. And somewhere, walking home beneath the setting sun, Jacob held a wooden box of pencils close against his chest. Not because they were expensive, but because, for the very first time in his life, someone had believed in the artist hidden inside him. Thursday arrived wrapped in a cool autumn breeze that carried golden leaves drifting lazily across the village square. The little lantern opened a little earlier than usual. Eleanor had barely finished turning the sign on the door from closed to open when she heard familiar footsteps racing across the cobblestones. Oliver. He came running towards the shop with a huge grin spread across his face. Eleanor, she laughed. You seem excited. I am. What happened? I've got something to show everyone. He carefully lifted the lid from a small wooden basket he was carrying. Inside were dozens of tiny acorns. Not ordinary acorns. Each one had been painted by hand in bright colors. Some had smiling faces. Some had little stars. Some carried tiny hearts. Emily arrived only seconds later. I painted the blue ones. Lucy proudly added, "And I painted the flowers." Thomas carefully picked up one of the acorns. "My dad helped me varnish them." Eleanor looked at the children with surprise. "What are they for?" Oliver smiled proudly. "We've been thinking," Mrs. Finch laughed from behind the counter. "Whenever children say that, something interesting usually follows." Oliver nodded enthusiastically. "We want to start a kindness hunt." "A kindness hunt," Emily pointed towards the basket. "We'll hide these all around the village." Lucy continued, "When someone finds one." Thomas finished the sentence. "They have to do one kind thing before hiding it somewhere else." Eleanor stared at the colorful acorns. "What a wonderful idea!" Arthur looked up from his notebook. "It means kindness will travel." Oliver grinned. "Exactly." Mrs. Finch clapped her hands together. "I think that's the best idea I've heard all week." Within half an hour the children had scattered across Ashbrook. One acorn appeared beside the old fountain dot. Another rested beneath the kindness tree. A bright red one was hidden outside the bakery. A tiny golden acorn peeked out from a flower pot beside the florist's door. Nobody announced where they had been placed. The game relied entirely on curiosity. Before lunchtime, the first one had already been discovered. A young postman spotted the blue acorn sitting on the edge of the fountain. Attached to it was a tiny handwritten note. "Asterisk, asterisk, you found me. Asterisk, 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 now make someone's day a little brighter. Asterisk, asterisk." He smiled, carefully slipped the acorn into his pocket, and continued delivering letters. Less than an hour later, Mrs. Collins found a fresh loaf of bread waiting quietly on her doorstep. No note, no explanation. Only warm bread. The postman never mentioned it to anyone. That evening, another acorn appeared outside the village hall. The game had begun. Inside the little lantern, business continued as usual. George had arrived early for the weekly chess afternoon dot. This time, he wasn't carrying just one chessboard. He arrived pushing a little wooden trolley. On it rested 6 beautifully polished chess sets. Oliver's eyes nearly popped. "Where did those come from?" George smiled proudly. "My attic?" Emily laughed. "You had 6? I may have collected them over the years." Soon, every table inside the reading corner held a chessboard. George patiently explained how each piece moved. "The knight doesn't travel in a straight line. It jumps." Thomas frowned. "Why?" George chuckled. "I've been asking that question for 40 years. The children burst into laughter. Arthur watched quietly from the fireplace. He smiled every time George laughed. The sadness that had once lived in the old man's eyes had begun to fade, little by little, week by week. Later that afternoon, the bell above the door chimed once more. Jacob stepped inside. True to his promise, he carried a large sketchbook tucked carefully beneath his arm. He looked nervous, very nervous. "You came." "I nearly didn't." Eleanor smiled gently. "I'm glad you did." He slowly placed the sketchbook on the counter. "My hands are shaking." "That's all right. They always do when someone sees my drawings." Arthur quietly closed his notebook. Mrs. Finch stopped arranging flowers. Even George looked up from the chess lesson. Jacob carefully opened the first page. A charcoal drawing filled almost the entire sheet. It showed the old baker standing outside his shop before sunrise. Every tiny wrinkle, every strand of hair, every crease in his apron. It looked astonishingly real. Emily gasped. It looks like a photograph. George leaned closer. My goodness! Arthur remained silent for several seconds, then quietly whispered, You don't draw faces? Jacob looked confused. I don't. Arthur smiled. No, you draw lives. Page after page revealed another portrait. Mrs. Collins laughing beside her roses, Oliver chasing buttons across the square. Mr. Bennet covered in sawdust. Margaret sitting quietly on the wooden bench. Even Senora Finch arranging jars of sweets. Every expression captured perfectly. Every tiny emotion alive on the page. Eleanor turned another page, then stopped. There, carefully shaded in soft pencil, was the little lantern. Not the building. The feeling. Warm light spilling through the windows. Children reading beside the fireplace. Paper stars glowing softly on the wall. Outside, ribbons dancing beneath the kindness tree. People laughing together beneath the evening sky. It wasn't simply a picture. It was everything the little shop had become. Eleanor looked up slowly. Jacob, he nervously swallowed. Is it awful? She shook her head, unable to find words. Arthur finally spoke. Young man, he gently closed the sketchbook. I've visited galleries across the country. I've seen paintings worth thousands. He smiled warmly, but very few artists know how to draw hope. He tapped the picture gently. You do? Jacob's eyes filled with tears. My teacher says I should stop drawing. Mrs. Finch walked over and rested a gentle hand on his shoulder. I think, she smiled. Your teacher simply hasn't seen this. Oliver suddenly had an idea. We should hang them. Emily nodded excitedly. In the shop. Lucy clapped. So everyone can see. Jacob looked horrified. No, they're not good enough. George laughed kindly. My dear boy, he pointed towards the picture of the little lantern. That drawing already belongs here. One by one. Every person inside the shop agreed. By evening, Jacob's picture of the little lantern hung proudly above the reading corner. Customers stopped to admire it. Children pointed excitedly. Even visitors from neighboring villages asked who had painted it. Jacob stood quietly in the corner, hardly believing his own eyes. For the first time, he wasn't hiding his talent. He was sharing it. That night, after the lanterns had been extinguished and silence settled once more over Ashbrook, Eleanor opened her diary. She carefully wrote, asterisk, asterisk, day 9, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Every person carries something beautiful inside them. Asterisk, asterisk. Sometimes all they need is one safe place where they're brave enough to let the world see it. Asterisk, she gently closed the diary. Outside, the moonlight bathed the village in silver. Somewhere near the old bridge, one of the painted kindness acorns waited patiently to be discovered by its next owner. George smiled as he polished the chess pieces before bed. Jacob carefully hung another blank page inside his sketchbook, already wondering what tomorrow might inspire him to draw. Arthur sat beside the window of his tiny room above the bakery, writing long into the night. And Eleanor, standing for one last moment beneath the glowing lantern outside her little shop, realized something that made her smile. When she had first dreamed of owning a small shop, she thought she would be selling books, toys, and sweets. Instead, without ever planning it, she had created a place where ordinary people discovered the extraordinary parts of themselves. And somehow, she felt that the most remarkable chapter of the Little Lantern story was still waiting to begin. Friday morning arrived with an unusual sense of excitement flowing through Ashbrook. Long before the church bell struck 8, villagers were already gathering in the square. Something was different. Nobody could quite explain it. Perhaps it was the crisp autumn air. Perhaps it was the golden sunlight shining through the branches of the kindness tree. Or perhaps it was because kindness had quietly become part of everyone's daily routine. Eleanor stepped outside the little lantern, carrying a small broom. Before she had even begun sweeping the front step, she noticed something that made her stop. The painted kindness acorns were moving. Not by themselves, of course. People were finding them. An elderly gentleman picked one up from beside the fountain. A young mother discovered another hidden beneath a flower pot. 2 children squealed with excitement after spotting one resting inside the hollow trunk of the old oak. Each person smiled, read the tiny note attached, then quietly slipped the little acorn into a bouquet. Nobody made a fuss. Nobody announced what kind thing they intended to do. They simply carried on with their day. Arthur appeared beside Eleanor, holding his familiar notebook. It seems the village has accepted the challenge. Eleanor smiled. I never imagined it would spread this quickly. Arthur watched as the young mother crossed the square and quietly helped an elderly neighbor carry several heavy shopping bags. Kindness is curious. What do you mean? It doesn't need instructions. It only needs an invitation. Those words stayed with Eleanor for the rest of the morning. Inside the shop, Mrs. Finch was arranging fresh flowers when she noticed the wall of wishes. Every envelope had been opened. Every single wish had disappeared. Oh dear. Eleanor hurried over. The wishes, they're gone. Oliva looked horrified. Has someone stolen them? Arthur slowly walked over. He smiled almost immediately. I don't think so. He pointed towards the bottom of the board. Someone had pinned a fresh piece of paper there. In careful handwriting, it read, asterisk, asterisk, every wish has been taken by someone who hopes to make it come true. Asterisk, asterisk, no signature, no explanation, just those words. Emily's eyes grew wide. They're granting them. Mrs. Finch placed a hand over her heart. I think they are. The children looked at one another in amazement. The wishes they had helped collect were no longer pieces of paper, they promises. Just after lunchtime, a carriage rolled slowly into the village. Unlike the simple farm carts everyone was used to seeing, this one was elegant. Its polished wooden wheels gleamed in the sunlight. The horses wore beautifully crafted leather harnesses. Several villagers stopped to watch. The carriage came to a halt directly outside. The little lantern. A well-dressed gentleman stepped down. He looked to be in his early 60s. His dark coat was perfectly tailored. Silver spectacles rested neatly upon his nose. He studied the little shop with genuine curiosity. Arthur looked up from his notebook. For the first time since arriving in Ashbrook, he exchanged thoughts just for a moment. Surprised that? Then recognition. Eleanor, Arthur said quietly. I think someone has come looking for me. The gentleman approached slowly. His eyes met Arthur's for several long seconds. Neither man spoke. Finally, the older gentleman smiled. I wondered how long it would take to find you. Arthur laughed softly. Longer than I expected. You disappeared. I needed to. The stranger looked towards Eleanor. I hope I'm not interrupting. Not at all. Arthur introduced them. Eleanor, this is Henry, an old friend. Henry shook Eleanor's hand warmly. I've heard remarkable things about this little shop. Eleanor smiled politely. We're very proud of it. Henry looked around the cozy room. The reading corner. The paper stars. Jacob's beautiful drawing hanging above the fireplace. The wall of wishes. The shelves overflowing with books. Children quietly reading together. He nodded slowly. So, he looked back at Arthur. This is why you stayed. Arthur simply smiled. Later that afternoon, while customers browsed the shelves, Henry and Arthur sat beside the fireplace. Eleanor couldn't help overhearing fragments of their conversation. You've ignored every letter. I know they're still asking. I expected they would. You've become rather difficult to find. Arthur laughed. I wasn't hiding. I was healing. Henry became quiet. After a moment, he asked, Have you written again? Arthur looked towards his leather notebook, resting on the nearby table. Every day. Henry smiled. I hoped you would. You remember what happened last time? Arthur nodded slowly. I do. It nearly made you stop forever. Eleanor didn't understand what they were talking about. But one thing became clear. Arthur hadn't always been a traveler. He had once lived a very different life. As the afternoon faded into evening, Jacob arrived carrying another sketchbook. This time he wasn't alone. Beside him walked his teacher, a tall woman with kind eyes and a slightly nervous smile. Jacob approached Eleanor. I wanted someone to meet you. The teacher stepped forward. My name is Miss Carter. It's lovely to meet you. She looked around the shop before turning back to Jacob. I owe you all an apology. Jacob looked surprised. You do? She nodded. I told Jacob that drawing should remain only a hobby. She paused. I was wrong. She looked towards the drawing hanging proudly above the reading corner. I've never seen work like this from someone his age. Jacob stared at her. For several seconds he couldn't speak. Miss Carter smiled warmly. Next month, there's a county art exhibition. She looked directly at Jacob. I'd like you to enter. The boy's eyes widened. Me? You. I'll never win. She laughed gently. Winning isn't why artists create. Arthur looked up from his chair. No, they create because some stories cannot be told with words. Jacob looked at his sketchbook, then at Eleanor, then at the picture hanging on the wall. A quiet confidence slowly appeared on his face. I'll enter, Oliver immediately cheered. Emily clapped her hands. Mrs. Finch hugged Jacob without saying a word. Even George stood and applauded. The entire shop seemed to celebrate together. That evening, after everyone had gone home, Henry quietly wandered around the little lantern one final time. He stopped beneath Jacob's drawing dot, then beside the wall of wishes. Finally, he stood looking at the paper stars. There are more than 50 now. Eleanor smiled. I stopped counting properly. Henry nodded thoughtfully. You know, he looked around the peaceful room. I've visited libraries. I've visited museums. I've visited famous bookshops. But I've never visited a place quite like this. He turned towards Arthur. I think you finally found the ending you've been searching for. Arthur smiled quietly. No. He gently closed his notebook. I think I've only just discovered the beginning. Late that night, after the lanterns had been extinguished and silence settled over the village once more, Eleanor opened her diary. She carefully wrote, asterisk, asterisk, Dayton, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Sometimes we spend years searching for the place where we belong. Asterisk, asterisk. Then one ordinary day, without even realizing it, we discover that home isn't a place at all. Asterisk, asterisk, it's the people who quietly choose to grow alongside us. Dot asterisk. She closed the diary with a peaceful smile. Outside, the moon rose above Ashbrook, bathing the kindness tree in soft silver light. The painted acorns continued their quiet journey from hand to hand. The wall of wishes stood empty once more, waiting for new hopes to appear. And inside Arthur's notebook, another chapter had been completed. A chapter that neither he nor Eleanor realized would one day inspire thousands of people far beyond the little village, proving that even the smallest lantern can light the longest road when enough hearts choose to carry its flame forward together. The following week began with an excitement unlike anything Ashbrook had experienced before. Word about the little lantern had quietly spread beyond the surrounding villages. No advertisements had been printed, no posters had been hung, no announcements had been made. Instead, people simply talked. One traveler mentioned the little shop to another. A grandmother told her grandchildren about the wall of wishes. A farmer spoke about the kindness tree while selling vegetables at the market in the next town. A young teacher described the tiny library where children laughed louder than they whispered. Story after story traveled farther than anyone realized. And stories had a remarkable way of finding new listeners. Just after sunrise, Eleanor noticed unfamiliar faces walking through the village square. A family from the neighboring valley stopped to admire the ribbons fluttering beneath the old oak. A retired couple, spent several minutes, reading every paper star displayed inside the shop window. 2. Cyclists leaned their bicycles against the fountain before stepping inside the little lantern with curious smiles. Oliver hurried through the door, slightly out of breath. Eleanor, what is it now? There are strangers. She laughed. There usually are. No, he whispered excitedly. Lots of strangers. Eleanor stepped outside. Oliver wasn't exaggerating. People had come from villages she had never even heard of. Some carried cameras. Others simply wandered around smiling. Nobody se metrusaid. Everyone appeared curious. Arthur quietly joined her beside the doorway. It begins. What begins? He looked towards the growing crowd. When people hear enough stories, they eventually want to become part of one. Inside the shop, every chair was occupied. Georgia's Wednesday chess club had become so popular that children were teaching one another while waiting for their turn. Emily was reading aloud to 3 younger visitors. Jakub sat quietly in the corner, sketching the busy shop. Mrs. Finch somehow managed to keep everyone supplied with tea and biscuits. The little lantern felt less like a shop and more like a gathering place around midday. Henry arrived carrying a large leather folder. He looked unusually serious. Arthur noticed immediately. Bad news? Henry smiled. Quite the opposite. He opened the folder carefully. Inside were several neatly typed pages. I've spent the last week reading. Arthur looked confused. Reading what? Henry smiled. Your notebook. Arthur froze. I never gave you permission. You left it on the table. I thought you were only looking. I started. Henry chuckled. I couldn't stop. Arthur sighed. I suppose that's fair. Henry carefully placed the papers onto the counter. I've spoken with someone. Who? A publisher. Arthur stared at him. You didn't. I did. You promised. I know. But this time is different. Arthur remained silent. Henry continued. They don't want another travel guide. They don't want another collection of poems. They want this. He gently tapped the notebook. They want the story of Ashbrook. The room suddenly felt quieter. Even Eleanor looked surprised. Arthur slowly shook his head. No? Henry looked puzzled. Why? Arthur glanced around the little shop, at Jacob's drawing, at Jor patiently teaching chess, at Emily reading beside the fireplace, Oliver proudly showing visitors the kindness tree through the window. This story, he smiled softly, doesn't belong to me. Henry looked thoughtful. Arthur continued. It belongs to everyone. That afternoon, something unexpected happened. A young reporter arrived from the nearest city. She carried a camera around her neck and a notebook filled with questions. My editor sent me. Eleanor smiled politely. What for? I've been told there's a village where strangers leave happier than they arrive. Oliver whispered to Emily. That's true. The reporter laughed. I'd like to write about it. Mrs. Finch quietly looked towards Arthur. He smiled. Perhaps? The reporter spent hours wandering around. Ashbrook. She photographed the colorful ribbons dancing beneath the kindness tree. She watched George laughing with children over a chessboard. She admired Jacob's artwork. She read every paper star on the wall. She spoke to visitors, to villagers, to shopkeepers. Finally, she returned to Eleanor. I've interviewed dozens of people today, and she smiled warmly. Nobody spoke about buying anything. Eleanor looked puzzled. What do you mean? They spoke about conversations, friendship, second chances, hope. The reporter slowly closed her notebook. I've never written a story about a shop where the products aren't the most important part. Arthur smiled quietly. Then perhaps you're not writing about a shop. Late that afternoon, Jacob approached Eleanor carrying a wrapped package. I made something for me. He nodded nervously. She slowly untied the ribbon. Inside rested a beautifully framed charcoal drawing. It showed Eleanor standing outside, the little lantern beneath the glowing lantern. Children laughed around her. The kindness tree stretched across the background. The evening sky sparkled with stars, but one small detail immediately caught her attention. The lantern above the door wasn't lighting only the shop. Its warm golden glow stretched across the entire village, touching every house, every street, every person. Eleanor looked up. Jacob. He smiled shyly. Asterisk, I drew it the way it feels. She couldn't speak. Mrs. Finch quietly wiped another tear from her eye. Arthur walked over. He studied the drawing for several long moments. Then he looked at Jacob. I finally decided. Decided what? Arthur is mi. If my notebook is ever published, he gently pointed towards the drawing that belongs on the very first page. Jacob's mouth fell open. Really? Arthur nodded. Because before anyone reads a single word, I want them to understand exactly what this place feels like. As evening approached, the reporter prepared to leave. She stood beneath the kindness tree, looking back at the glowing windows of the little lantern. I think I understand now, Eleanor smiled. What? The reason people keep coming back? And why is that? The reporter looked around the peaceful village. In most places, people are welcomed as customers. She paused. But here, a smile spread across her face. They're welcomed as neighbors. That night, after everyone had gone home in silence, once again embraced Ashbrook, Eleanor opened her diary. She dipped her pen into the ink and carefully wrote asterisk, asterisk, day 11. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The brightest places in the world are not always the biggest. Asterisk, asterisk. Sometimes they are simply the places where every stranger is treated like an old friend. Every child is encouraged to dream, and every ordinary day quietly becomes someone's favorite memory. Asterisk. She gently closed the diary and placed it back inside the drawer. Outside, the lantern above the little lantern burned steadily beneath the stars. Its warm light stretched across the quiet square, touching the old bench, the colorful ribbons of the kindness tree, and the smiling faces painted in Jacob's sketch that now hung proudly above the fireplace. Far beyond the village, the reporter's train carried her towards the city with a notebook full full of remarkable stories. Henry sat late into the night reading Arthur's manuscript once more. Arthur stood by the bakery window watching the lantern glow in the distance, and none of them realized that within a few weeks, one newspaper article would bring hundreds of visitors to Ashbrook, setting in motion the greatest challenge the little lantern had ever faced, and proving that sometimes the hardest part of keeping a light burning was making sure it never lost the warmth that had first inspired it. The newspaper article was published on a bright Saturday morning. No one in Ashbrook knew it had been printed. The villagers woke, as they always did. The baker prepared fresh loaves before sunrise. Mrs. Finch arranged flowers outside her little shop. George polished the chess pieces for the afternoon club. Jacob packed his sketchbook before heading into the village. Oliver was already searching for painted kindness acorns before breakfast. Everything felt wonderfully normal. Until just after 9 o'clock, the first unfamiliar car rolled into the village square. Then another. Within half an hour, Ashbrook looked busier than anyone had ever seen it. Families wandered through the streets carrying newspapers folded beneath their arms. Visitors stopped to photograph the kindness tree. Children hurried towards the little lantern with excited smiles. Some had traveled for over 3 hours. Others had crossed 2 counties simply to see whether the article had been true. Eleanor stood frozen outside her shop. "I don't think," she whispered, "I've ever seen so many people." Arthur looked across the crowded square. "I was afraid this might happen." "What do we do?" He smiled gently. "The same thing we've always done." The little brass bell above the shop door hardly stopped ringing. Every few seconds, another visitor stepped inside. Some came looking for books. Others wanted photographs. Many simply wanted to experience the little shop they had read about. Mrs. Finch hurried between shelves, greeting everyone with her usual warm smile. George moved extra chairs into the reading corner. Oliver volunteered to show visitors around the village. Emily proudly explained the story behind every paper star. Lucy carefully demonstrated how the wall of wishes worked. With tin and ore, every corner of the little lantern was full. The cozy little shop that had once welcomed only a handful of neighbors now echoed with voices from all over the country. Near lunchtime, Eleanor noticed something that troubled her. A little boy stood quietly near the doorway. Unlike the other visitors, he wasn't smiling. He watched the crowded room for several minutes before turning to leave. Eleanor gently stopped him. "Hello." The boy looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry. What for?" "It's too busy." She knelt beside him. "Were you looking for something?" Nodded. "My grandmother told me stories about this place, so I asked Mom to bring me." He looked around the crowded room. "But it doesn't feel the way she described." Eleanor looked around. The reading corner was packed. Visitors were taking photographs. People talked loudly over one another. The peaceful little shop felt very different today. The boy quietly continued. "She said this was a place where everyone knew your name." He smiled sadly. "But today, double quotes. It feels like everywhere else." Those words struck Eleanor more deeply than she expected. She watched visitors rushing from shelf to shelf. Some barely looked at the books. Others were more interested in taking pictures than reading stories. For the first time, the little lantern didn't quite feel like home. That afternoon, after closing, for an hour to catch her breath, Eleanor gathered everyone together. Mrs. Finch, Arthur, George, Jacob, Oliver, Emily, Lucy, Thomas, Evie, Henry joined them. "I think we have a problem." Oliver looked confused. "But loads of people are coming." "I know. Isn't that good?" "It is." She smiled gently. "But only if we don't lose what made this place special." The room became quiet. Arthur nodded. "I've been thinking exactly the same thing." Henry folded the newspaper carefully. "The article has made Ashbrook famous." Mrs. Finch smiled softly. "Fame isn't dangerous." "No. Losing ourselves is." Jacob quietly spoke for the first time. "When I first came here, it felt peaceful. I could hear people talking. I could sit and draw." He looked towards the crowded shop. "Today, I couldn't even find a chair." George sighed. "My chess club had 12 children waiting. I only had 6 boards." Emily looked worried. "What if people stop coming?" Arthur smiled. "They won't." "What if too many come?" Nobody answered. Silence filled the room until Oliver suddenly raised his hand. "I've got an idea." Everyone looked at him. "What if?" He smiled excitedly. "Instead of making the shop bigger," double quotes, "we make kindness bigger." Eleanor frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Oliver walked to the wall of wishes. He pointed towards it. "This doesn't only belong here." He then pointed through the window at the kindness tree. "Neither does that." His excitement grew. "What if every village had one?" Emily immediately understood. "We could teach them." Lucy clapped. "They could make their own stars," Thomas added, "and their own kindness hunts." Arthur slowly smiled. Henry looked at him. "I know that. Look." Arthur laughed quietly. "He's right." Everyone turned towards Oliver. Arthur continued. "If people only come here, Ashbrook will become too crowded." But he looked around the room. "If they take the ideas home." Double quotes. "Then kindness spreads instead of queues." Mrs. Finch's eyes sparkled. "Oh, that's clever, very clever." Eleanor felt hope returning. Instead of protecting the little lantern by closing its doors, perhaps they could protect it by opening hearts elsewhere. Over the following days, something remarkable happened. Visitors no longer left carrying only books. Each family received a tiny envelope before leaving. Inside was a handwritten note. Asterisk, asterisk, start your kindness tree. Asterisk, 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 create your own wall of wishes. Asterisk, 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 read one story every evening. Asterisk, 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 leave one anonymous act of kindness each week. Asterisk, 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 and wherever you live, asterisk, 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 become someone else's little lantern. Asterisk, asterisk. Children loved the idea. Parents smiled as they folded the little cards into their pockets. Teachers asked if they could create reading corners in schools. Village leaders wanted to plant kindness trees. Libraries requested copies of the paper stars. One tiny idea quietly began traveling across the country. Several weeks later, Arthur received a letter. Not from a publisher, not from a journalist. It came from a small village, nearly 200 miles away. Inside was a photograph. A great oak tree covered in colorful ribbons. Beside it stood smiling children holding paper stars. At the bottom, someone had written, asterisk, thank you for reminding us that kindness grows wherever people choose to plant it. Asterisk. Arthur silently handed the photograph to Eleanor. She stared at it for a long moment. They did it. He nodded. They certainly did. And this is only one village. Arthur smiled. Imagine how many more are still waiting. That evening, after everyone had gone home, Eleanor opened her diary. She carefully dipped her pen into the ink and wrote, asterisk, asterisk, day 12, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Real success isn't measured by how many people come to your door. Asterisk, asterisk, it's measured by how many people leave inspired to bring light into someone else's life. Asterisk, she closed the diary gently. Asterisk, outside, the lantern above the little lantern glowed with its familiar golden warmth. Across the square, the kindness tree swayed peacefully beneath hundreds of colorful ribbons. Inside the shop, Jacob's drawing still overlooked the reading corner. Georgia's chessboards waited patiently for next Wednesday. The wall of wishes held fresh hopes from people Eleanor had never met, and somewhere far beyond the rolling hills of Ashbrook, another child was carefully tying the very first ribbon on a brand new kindness tree, never knowing that the simple idea had begun in one tiny village, inside one little shop where a single lantern had quietly shown the world that even the smallest light could inspire thousands more to shine. Autumn slowly began giving way to winter. Each morning the air grew a little colder, the sunrise arrived a little later, and thin ribbons of mist curled gently through the streets of Ashbrook before disappearing beneath the warm glow of the village lanterns. The little lantern looked more beautiful than ever. Eleanor had decorated the front windows with tiny wooden snowflakes carved by Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Finch had knitted little red scarves for every teddy bear sitting on the shelves. George insisted that the chess tables each have a small candle in the center. Jacob had filled one wall with gentle winter sketches of the village covered in snow. Even Oliver and the younger children had carefully cut hundreds of paper snowflakes, hanging them from the ceiling until it looked as though snow was quietly falling indoors. Every visitor who stepped inside paused for just a moment, not because of the decorations, but because of how the shop made them feel warm, safe. Welcome, one frosty morning. Eleanor noticed someone standing outside before opening time. It was an elderly man she had never seen before. Unlike most visitors, he wasn't looking through the window. Instead, he was staring up at the lantern hanging above the door. He stood there so quietly that birds landed only a few feet away without flying off. Eleanor walked outside. "Good morning," the man smiled politely. "I hope I'm not too early." "Not at all. I've traveled quite a long way." "You have?" He nodded. "Nearly 5 hours." She looked surprised. "What brought you all this way?" The gentleman reached into his coat pocket. Very carefully, he unfolded a newspaper clipping. It was the article about Ashbrook. The edges had become worn from being folded and unfolded many times. "I've carried this for weeks." He smiled gently. "I kept wondering whether places like this still existed." And he looked at the glowing lantern above the shop. "I needed to see for myself." Once inside, Eleanor poured him a warm cup of tea. The old gentleman wrapped both hands around the cup as though enjoying its warmth more than the drink itself. "My name is Samuel. I'm Eleanor. It's lovely to meet you." For several minutes they spoke about ordinary things. The weather, the changing seasons, the beauty of quiet villages. Finally, Samuel looked around the reading corner. "It feels familiar. Have you been here before?" He smiled sadly. "No, but many years ago," double quotes, "my wife dreamed of opening a place just like this." Eleanor listened carefully. "We always imagined a little bookshop, somewhere children could read, somewhere lonely people could sit, somewhere neighbors became friends." His eyes rested upon the glowing fireplace. But life became busy. There were jobs, bills, responsibilities. He laughed softly. "We kept saying we'd do it one day." The smile slowly disappeared. But one day never came. The room fell silent. Mrs. Finch quietly placed another biscuit beside his teacup without interrupting. Samuel looked at it and smiled gratefully. "My wife passed away 3 years ago. I've spent every day wondering whether dreams disappear when the people who dream them are gone." Eleanor looked at the little shop around her. The books, the laughter, the paper stars, the children reading beside the fire. She gently shook her head. "I don't think dreams disappear." Samuel looked up. "I think..." She smiled softly. Double quotes. "Sometimes they simply find another person willing to carry them." The old man's eyes filled with tears. Not tears of sadness, but of relief, as though someone had finally answered a question he had carried for years. That afternoon, Samuel remained inside the shop. He helped Emily choose books for younger children. He listened while George taught another chess lesson. He laughed as Oliver proudly explained the rules of the kindness hunt. Chekhov quietly sketched Samuel sitting beside the fire reading to 3 children who had gathered around him without even realizing it. Hours passed unnoticed. When evening arrived, Samuel stood beside the doorway, preparing to leave. "I've brought something." He reached into the leather bag resting by his chair. Carefully, he lifted out an old wooden box. The polished oak had faded with age. Tiny brass hinges gleamed softly beneath the lantern light. He handed it to Eleanor. "For this shop." She opened it carefully. Inside rested dozens of handwritten letters, each one tied with faded blue ribbon. "What are these?" Samuel smiled. "My wife's letters." Eleanor looked surprised. "Letters?" She wrote one every week. For whom? For people she'd never met. Eleanor frowned gently. "I don't understand." Samuel lifted one of the envelopes. Whenever she heard about someone struggling, she wrote them a letter. Encouragement, hope, kindness. Sometimes she posted them. Sometimes she never found the courage. He looked down at the box. There are still hundreds. Mrs. Finch slowly opened one. The neat handwriting covered both sides of the page. It read, "Asterisk, if today feels heavy, remember that even the longest winter eventually makes room for spring." Asterisk, Emily whispered. "That's beautiful." Samuel nodded. She believed words could heal. Arthur slowly walked over. He gently touched one of the old letters. They came. An idea appeared almost immediately. Oliver looked towards the wall of wishes. "What if we answer them?" Everyone looked at him. "The wishes? No. The letters." He smiled. "We could leave one inside every book someone buys." Emily gasped. "So people find kindness when they least expect it." Mrs. Finch laughed happily. "Oh, Oliver, I believe you've done it again." Samuel smiled through his tears. "My wife would have loved that." Within the hour, everyone gathered around the large wooden table. George carefully folded letters. Emily tied ribbons. Jacob illustrated tiny flowers along the edges of fresh envelopes. Arthur wrote a short note for each one. "Someone believed you needed these words today. No names, no explanations, only kindness." Over the following weeks, visitors began discovering the hidden letters. Some found them tucked inside novels, others inside children's storybooks. One teacher discovered a letter while reading aloud to her class. A young nurse found one during a difficult shift after borrowing a book from her. Local library dotee, university students discovered while studying late into the night. Nobody knew where they came from. But every letter found exactly the person who seemed to need it. Late one snowy evening, after the last customer had gone home, Eleanor opened her diary. She carefully wrote, asterisk, asterisk, day 13, asterisk, 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 kind words never grow old, even when written years ago. Asterisk, asterisk key, they wait patiently until the exact moment someone needs to hear them. Asterisk, she gently closed the diary. Outside, the first snowflakes of winter drifted softly through the quiet streets of Ashbrook. The lantern above, the little lantern shone brighter than ever against the falling snow. Inside, Samuel's wooden box rested safely beside the wall of wishes. Hundreds of unopened letters still waited inside. Hundreds of unseen acts of kindness. Hundreds of quiet reminders that love never truly disappears. When someone is gone, sometimes it simply waits inside an old envelope until the right hands open it at exactly the right moment. Winter settled fully over Ashbrook, By the middle of December, the rooftops wore soft blankets of snow. The river beyond the village had begun to freeze around its edges, and every evening the warm glow from the little lantern could be seen from the top of the surrounding hills, like a tiny star shining against the white countryside. The village had changed, that not suddenly, not dramatically, but in hundreds of quiet little ways. Neighbors greeted one another more often. Children spent less time arguing and more time helping. Visitors no longer arrived simply to see the famous little shop. They arrived because they had heard how the place made people feel. And somehow that feeling lingered long after they returned home. One snowy Monday morning, Eleanor was brushing fresh snow away from the front steps when she noticed a small figure standing beneath the kindness tree. It was a little girl, perhaps 7 years old. She wore an oversized wool coat, bright red mittens, and a knitted hat that kept slipping over her eyes. She wasn't playing. She wasn't looking around. She simply stood staring up at the colorful ribbons that now hung beneath a layer of sparkling snow. Eleanor walked over. "Good morning." The little girl looked up nervously. "Morning. Do you like the ribbons?" She nodded. "They're beautiful." She hesitated before quietly asking, "Do they really make wishes come true?" Eleanor smiled gently. "They don't make wishes come true." The little girl looked disappointed. "They remind people to help make them come true." The child thought about that for a moment. "Oh, I think that's even better." The girl's mother slowly approached. "I'm sorry if she's bothering you." "Not at all." The woman smiled tiredly. "We've just moved here. My husband started working at the mill. We don't know anyone yet." The little girl clung tightly to her mother's hand. "My name's Lily." "I'm Eleanor." Lily pointed towards the little lantern. "Can we go inside?" Her mother looked embarrassed. "We're only looking." "We haven't." She hesitated. Inchtot finished unpacking. "We really shouldn't spend money." Eleanor smiled. "Good." The woman looked confused. "Why?" "Because looking is completely free." Lily's face lit up instantly. Inside, the warmth wrapped around them like a soft blanket. The smell of cinnamon filled the air. A crackling fire glowed in the reading corner. George was already arranging chess pieces for the afternoon. Jacob sat quietly sketching snowflakes drifting outside the window. Emily was reading Two Buttons, who had somehow become the unofficial shop dog after his owner started volunteering every weekend. The little girl looked around in complete amazement. "It's like walking into a story." Mrs. Finch laughed. "I've always thought so." Lily wandered slowly between the shelves. She stopped beside the Christmas books, then the fairy tales, then the adventure stories. "Stories. Every few steps," she whispered. "Wow." Eventually she noticed a wooden box filled with Samuel's letters. "What are these?" Eleanor smiled. "They're little gifts. Can anyone read one?" "If they need it." Lily carefully reached inside. Closing her eyes, she picked a single envelope. She unfolded the letter slowly, Written in beautiful handwriting were the words, asterisk, never be afraid of new beginnings. Asterisk, asterisk, the bravest flowers bloom after the coldest winters. Asterisk. Lily looked at her mother. We just had a new beginning. Her mother quietly wiped away a tear. I think, she whispered, we did. Later that afternoon, snow began falling more heavily. Large white flakes drifted lazily across the village. Children rushed outside laughing. Oliver immediately challenged everyone to build the biggest snowman Ashbrook had ever seen. Within minutes, the entire square became wonderfully chaotic. George rolled enormous snowballs. Mr. Bennet carved wooden buttons. Emily collected beacons, 4 eyes. Lucy knitted a tiny scarf. Mrs. Finch insisted every respectable snowman needed a proper hat. Arthur simply stood nearby, laughing as everyone gave him different instructions. No, Arthur, the arms go higher. Not like that. You've made him look surprised. Even Henry joined in. I haven't built a snowman since I was 10. Jacob quietly stepped back. Instead of helping, he opened his sketchbook. He began drawing not the snowman, the people. Oliver, laughing so hard he fell into the snow. George, pretending not to notice Emily, placing a carrot on his own nose. Mrs. Finch, brushing snow from Arthur's shoulders. Children throwing snowballs. Parents, laughing. Neighbors helping one another. It wasn't a picture of winter. It was a picture of happiness. As evening approached, the snowman finally stood complete. He was taller than anyone expected. Nearly 10 feet high, a lantern rested inside his snowy body, making him glow softly as darkness settled over the village. Oliver stepped back proudly. I think he needs a name. Suggestions immediately filled the square. Frosty, Snowy, Sir Chile, the Great Snow Guardian. Lily suddenly raised her mitten-covered hand. What about? She smiled shyly. Hope? Everyone became quiet. George looked at the glowing snowman, then at the little girl. I think. He smiled warmly. That's the perfect name. From that evening onward, every visitor entering Ashbrook was greeted first by the glowing lantern inside the giant snowman named Hope. Children waved at him every morning before school. Adults smiled whenever they passed. Someone even knitted tiny mittens for his stick hands. Several days later, something unexpected happened. A heavy snowstorm swept across the surrounding countryside. Roads became difficult to travel. Several nearby villages lost electricity. The winds howled throughout the night. Trees bent beneath the weight of fresh snow. By morning, Ashbrook had escaped the worst of the storm. But news soon arrived that the neighboring village of Willowbrook had been badly affected. Many homes had no heating. Several elderly residents were trapped indoors. The roads remained blocked. Without hesitation, the villagers gathered inside the little lantern. Nobody asked whether they should help. They only asked, "What can we take? Blankets? Blanket, food, firewood, candles, books for children, warm clothing." Mrs. Finch baked bread. George packed board games, Jacob filled envelopes with cheerful sketches for frightened children. Samuel donated every spare blanket from the bakery rooms. Arthur quietly wrote dozens of encouraging notes to accompany every parcel. Oliver and the younger children collected every painted kindness acorn they could find. "We'll hide them there," Emily nodded, "so they know kindness lives there too." By midday, sledges filled with supplies stood ready outside the shop. The snowfall had become too deep for wagons, so the villagers pulled everything by hand, together, across the snowy fields. Nobody complained. Nobody commented how much they had given. They simply kept walking, hour after hour, until the lights of Willowbrook finally appeared through the falling snow. The people waiting there couldn't believe what they were seeing. Not strangers, neighbors, arriving with warmth, with food, with hope, and at the front of the long line, walking beside the very first sledge. Eleanor carried the lantern from above, the little lantern in both hands. Its golden light shone brightly through the swirling snow, guiding everyone safely through the storm. Later that night, after returning home exhausted but smiling, Eleanor opened her diary for one final entry before bed. She carefully wrote, asterisk, day 14, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The true test of kindness isn't how brightly it shines when life is easy. Asterisk, asterisk. It's whether its light still guides others when the world around them grows dark. Asterisk. She closed the diary gently. That outside, snow continued falling across Ashbrook. The giant snowman named Hope still glowed peacefully in the square. The kindness tree stood covered in white, its colorful ribbons peeking through the snow like tiny promises waiting for spring. And somewhere in Willowbrook, children who had gone to bed frightened only hours earlier now fell asleep beside warm fires, wrapped in blankets from strangers who no longer felt like strangers at all. For kindness, once shared often enough, had a remarkable habit of turning distant villages into one very large family. The morning after the journey to Willowbrook was quieter than anyone expected. For the first time in many weeks, Ashbrook seemed to move a little more slowly. The streets were still covered in fresh snow. Smoke rose gently from chimneys. The village square remained almost silent except for the cheerful songs of robins hopping between snow-covered branches. Even the giant snowman named Hope seemed to be resting after the long winter night. Eleanor unlocked the little lantern with tired hands. Every muscle ached from pulling sledges through deep snow. Yet the moment she stepped inside, the familiar warmth wrapped around her like an old friend. She smiled. "No matter how far we travel," she whispered to herself. Double quotes. "Coming home always feels different." Before she had even lit the lamps, she noticed something unusual. The floor inside the doorway was covered with letters. Not one, not two, dozens. Some had been pushed beneath the door. Others had been placed neatly in a wooden basket outside overnight. Mrs. Finch arrived a few moments later carrying fresh bread. She stopped in surprise. "My goodness, where did all these come from?" Arthur picked one up, then another. Every envelope carried a different handwriting, different stamps, different addresses. Some had traveled from nearby villages. Others had come from towns hundreds of miles away. One had even arrived from another country. Henry adjusted his spectacles. I think, he smiled, people have started writing back. They gathered around the large wooden table. George carefully opened the first letter. It read, asterisk. Last month, I visited your village after reading about it in the newspaper. Asterisk, asterisk. When I returned home, my daughter and I planted our own kindness tree. Yesterday, our neighbors joined us. Thank you for reminding us that communities are built one conversation at a time. Asterisk, Emily smiled. They made one. Mrs. Finch opened another. Asterisk, I found one of the hidden letters inside a second-hand book. Asterisk, asterisk, don't know who wrote it years ago, but it arrived on the hardest day of my life. It gave me enough courage to keep going. Please, thank whoever believed words could heal. Asterisk. Samuel quietly lowered his head. His eyes filled with tears. My Margaret, he whispered, she would never have imagined this. Jacob unfolded another envelope. Inside was a child's drawing. It showed a tiny lantern glowing beside a large oak tree. Below it were 6 carefully written words. Asterisk kindness found our family too. Asterisk. For several minutes, nobody spoke. The room felt full, not of people, but of gratitude. Arthur looked around the table. These shouldn't stay hidden. Eleanor nodded. What do you mean? He gently held up one of the letters. People visiting this shop only see what happens here, but... He smiled. They should also see where kindness travels afterwards. Jacob's eyes lit up immediately. A wall. Mrs. Finch laughed. Another wall. Jacob grinned. The wall of gratitude. Oliver clapped loudly. I like that. Emily had already begun collecting colored ribbon, wheaten and ore. An empty wall near the reading corner had been transformed. Instead of wishes, it now held letters, photographs, children's single, quotes, pressed flowers, small postcards from distant villages. Asterisk, every message told the same story in a different way. Kindness had continued its journey long after people had left Ashbrook. Visitors stood reading them quietly. Some smiled, some laughed, some wiped away tears. Many reached into their bags before leaving, adding their own letters to the growing collection. That afternoon, a familiar face appeared outside the shop. It was Lily, the little girl who had recently moved to the village. She came running through the snow, carrying something almost as big as herself. Eleanor? What have you got there? A box? It was beautifully wrapped in blue paper. Lily carefully placed it onto the counter. My mom says we don't have much money. Eleanor smiled gently. You don't have to buy anything. We're not. Lily proudly opened the lid. Inside were dozens of homemade biscuits. Slightly uneven. A little overcooked around the edges, but made with obvious love. We baked them. Therefore, anyone who feels lonely. Mrs. Finch smiled warmly. That's a wonderful idea. Lily looked around the room. Can people just double quotes? Take one. Of course, within minutes, a handwritten sign appeared beside the box. Asterisk, asterisk, if today feels a little lonely. Asterisk, 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 please take a biscuit. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Someone baked it just for you. Asterisk, asterisk, no price, no payment. Just kindness before sunset. Every single biscuit had disappeared. Not because people were hungry, because each biscuit came with a smile. And sometimes that was exactly what someone needed. Several days later, another surprise arrived. A delivery cart stopped outside the little lantern. The driver looked puzzled. "I've got 23 parcels." Eleanor frowned. "For us, they all have the same address." One by one, the parcels were carried inside. Nobody knew who had sent them. Oliver eagerly opened the first. Inside was a brand new children's book. The second contained puzzles. The third held warm scarves. Another contained art supplies. Another held board games. One parcel contained beautiful hand-knitted blankets. Tucked inside each package was a short handwritten note. Asterisk for the children who need them next. No names, no return addresses, just generosity. George looked around the growing pile. It seems he smiled. Kindness is starting to arrive faster than we can give it away. Arthur quietly laughed. That's a lovely problem to have. That evening, Henry found Arthur standing alone beneath the kindness tree. Snowflakes drifted slowly around them. The colorful ribbons fluttered gently in the winter. Breeze thought. Henry looked towards the crowded windows of the little lantern. You've changed more lives than you realize. Arthur shook his head. No, he pointed towards the glowing shop. They changed one another. I simply happened to witness it. Henry smiled. Will you ever tell them who you really are? Arthur remained silent for a long time. Finally, he answered. Not yet. You still think it matters? Arthur looked up at the stars. If people knew my past, they might spend more time listening to me, double quotes, than listening to one another. Henry nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps that was exactly why Art had never introduced himself as anything more than a traveler. Because here, titles meant very little. Character meant everything. Late that night, after the fire had burned low and the final visitor had gone home, Eleanor opened her diary once again. She carefully wrote, asterisk, asterisk, day 15, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When kindness is given freely, something extraordinary happens. Asterisk, asterisk. People stop asking who deserves help, asterisk, asterisk, and begin asking, how can I help next? Asterisk. She gently closed the diary and looked around the quiet shop. The wall of wishes was full once again. The wall of gratitude had already begun filling with letters from distant places. Samuel's wooden box still held hundreds of unopened messages waiting for the right moment. the giant snowman. Hope continued glowing peacefully outside, beneath the falling snow. And somewhere beyond the hills, in homes Eleanor would probably never visit, families were reading bedtime stories beneath homemade lanterns, tying colorful ribbons to young trees, writing anonymous letters of encouragement, and passing painted kindness acorns from one hand to another. The little lantern had never tried to change the world. It had only tried to brighten one small corner of it. Yet somehow that tiny light had traveled farther than anyone had ever imagined. And although nobody inside the little shop knew, yet the greatest visitor in Ashbrook's history was already on the journey there, carrying a secret that would change Arthur's life forever. 3 days passed. The snowfall finally stopped. For the first time in nearly 2 weeks, the winter sky above Ashbrook was a brilliant shade of blue. The village looked as though it had been carved from crystal. Icicles sparkled beneath cottage roofs. Fresh snow reflected the morning sunlight so brightly that children laughed as they squinted while walking to school. The giant snowman Hope still stood proudly in the square, though his scarf had grown slightly crooked after several windy nights. Oliver insisted on fixing it every morning before breakfast. It wouldn't be right, he said seriously, if Hope looked untidy. George laughed every single time. Inside the little lantern, life had returned to its familiar rhythm. The fire crackled gently. Mrs. Finch placed fresh cinnamon buns beside the kettle. Jacob added another winter drawing to the gallery wall. Emily sat beside Lily, reading a fairy tale about stars that granted courage instead of wishes. Everything felt peaceful again. Then the church bell rang 11 times. At exactly the same moment, a sleek black motorcar rolled slowly into the village square. Unlike the visitors who normally arrive carrying cameras and newspapers, this man arrived alone. He stepped from the car wearing a dark overcoat, polished shoes, and leather gloves. He looked no older than 50. Confident.com.j. Strangely nervous. Instead of admiring the kindness tree, instead of photographing the little lantern, he simply stood in silence, staring at Arthur through the shop window. Arthur stopped writing. His smile disappeared. Very slowly, he stood up. Henry noticed immediately. "You know him?" Arthur nodded once. "I do, friend." Arthur looked toward the doorway. No. The room suddenly felt quieter. Even without understanding why, everyone sensed something important was about to happen. The brass bell rang softly as the stranger entered. His eyes never left Arthur. For several long moments, neither man spoke. Finally, the stranger smiled. "I've been looking for you." Arthur quietly closed his notebook. "I imagined you might. You disappeared without a word. I needed to." "So everyone has been saying." The stranger glanced around the cozy little shop. The books, the laughter, the children reading quietly beside the fireplace. The wall of wishes, the wall of gratitude, Jacob's drawings, Samuel's letters, his expression soft. "So," he whispered, double quotes, "this is where you've been hiding." Arthur smiled gently. I wasn't hiding. I was learning. Eleanor stepped forward politely. I'm Eleanor. The gentleman nodded. My apologies. He extended his hand. My name is Edward. It is lovely to meet you. The pleasure is mine. Although Edward smiled warmly at everyone else. Whenever he looked at Arthur, there was something deeper in his eyes. Respect, concern, and perhaps regret. Mrs. Finch quietly brought him a cup of tea. Edward accepted it gratefully. I've heard remarkable things about this place. George smiled. We're rather proud of it. I can see why. Edward slowly walked around the shop. He stopped beneath Jacob's drawings. He carefully read every letter on the wall of gratitude. He smiled at the colorful ribbons hanging outside beneath the kindness tree. Finally, he turned back toward Arthur. You've written again? Arthur looked surprised. Who told you? Edward gently tapped Arthur's leather notebook. I know you never stop writing. You only stop publishing. The room became silent. Oliver looked confused. Emily whispered to Lily, What does publishing mean? Lily shrugged. I don't know. Edward looked toward Eleanor. I imagine nobody here knows who Arthur really is. Arthur quietly sighed. Edward, please. I gave you my word. I know. Edward smiled kindly. I'm not here to take anything away. He looked around the little shop once more. I'm here because I believe these people deserve to know. Arthur remained silent. For a long moment, nobody moved. Finally, Arthur slowly nodded. If they're going to hear it, I'd rather tell them myself. He looked toward Eleanor, then George, Mrs. Finch, Jacob, Oliver, Emily, Samuel, Henry. Every familiar face that had quietly become family. Arthur smiled softly. My real name. He paused. Is Arthur with nobody reacted. The name meant nothing to them. Arthur chuckled. I expected that, Edward laughed. They're honest people. They're not impressed by famous names. Arthur nodded. That's exactly why I stay. Edward turned toward the others. For nearly 30 years, Arthur Whitmore was considered one of the country's greatest storytellers. Silence. George blinked. Mrs. Finch frowned. Jacob looked puzzled. Edward continued. His books sold millions of copies. They were translated into dozens of languages. Schools taught them. Theaters performed them. Oliver's eyes widened. Really? Edward nodded. People queued for hours just to hear him speak. Emily looked at Arthur. You were famous? Arthur smiled awkwardly. Once, Jacob stared at the notebook lying on the table. So, double quotes, all this time, you've been writing stories? Arthur nodded. I never stopped. The room remained completely silent. Finally, Eleanor asked the question everyone was thinking. If all of that is true, why did you leave? Arthur looked toward the fire. The dancing flames reflected gently in his eyes. He took a slow breath. For many years, I believed success meant being known everywhere. I traveled constantly, I signed thousands of books. I gave speeches. I appeared in newspapers. He smiled sadly. But one day, I realized something. What? I could feel theatres, yet still eat dinner alone. The words settled heavily over the room. Arthur continued quietly. I wrote stories that touched millions of people, but I had forgotten how to truly know even one neighbor. He looked around the little lantern. When my wife passed away, the room fell completely still. I kept writing. I kept smiling for interviews. I kept pretending everything was all right. But inside, I had become completely lost. Henry gently lowered his head. Edward spoke softly. One morning, Arthur simply disappeared. Arthur nodded. I packed one suitcase, my notebook, and I began walking. No destination, no plan. E wanted to find somewhere that reminded me why stories mattered. He smiled at Eleanor. And then I walked into a tiny bookshop that hadn't even opened yet. Eleanor's eyes slowly filled with tears. You found us? Arthur gently shook his head. No, I think... His voice became almost a whisper. You found me. Nobody spoke for several minutes. The only sound was the gentle crackling of the fire. Then, little Lily quietly walked across the room. She looked up at Arthur. I don't care if you're famous. Arthur smiled. No. She shook her head. I like you because you always listen when people talk. The room burst into gentle laughter. Arthur laughed harder than anyone. You know, he smiled warmly, I think that's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. George stood slowly. I've read many books in my life. He placed a hand on Arthur's shoulder, but I'd rather have a friend than an autograph. Mrs. Finch nodded. So would I. Jacob smiled. You taught me to believe in my drawings. I never needed to know your name. Oliver grinned. You're still just Arthur. Emily laughed. The tea-drinking traveler. Even Edward couldn't help smiling. He looked at Arthur. I've spent weeks worrying this place might treat you differently. Arthur looked around the room. Nobody had moved. Nobody stared at him with admiration. Nobody asked for photographs. Nobody asked him to sign a book. Instead, Mrs. Finch simply handed him another warm cinnamon bun. That? George asked whether he fancied another game of chess. Oliver wanted help building a sled. Emily asked him to read the next chapter of her favorite story. Arthur quietly laughed to himself. After all those years, after all the fame, after all the applause, he had finally discovered the one place in the world where people valued the person far more than the reputation. That evening, Eleanor opened her diary. She carefully wrote, asterisk, asterisk day 16, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The world often celebrates people because of what they achieve. Asterisk, asterisk, but the people who love us most, asterisk, asterisk, love us simply because of who we choose to become. Asterisk, she gently closed the diary. Out Outside, the lantern above the little lantern glowed brighter than ever against the snowy evening. Arthur stood beneath it for a long time, looking up at its warm golden light. Not as a famous writer, not as a celebrated storyteller, not as someone recognized around the world, but simply as Arthur Dot. And for the very first time in many, many years, that felt like more than enough. The news spread through Ashbrook surprisingly quickly. Not because Arthur told anyone, he never would have, and not because Edward announced it. He respected Arthur far too much for that. Instead, the story traveled in the same way every story traveled through the village. Quiet conversations, friendly smiles. One neighbor mentioning it gently to another. Yet something remarkable happened. Nothing changed. People still greeted Arthur exactly as they had the day before. Mr. Bennet still asked him to help carry timber into the workshop. George still expected him to lose every Wednesday chess match. Mrs. Finch still insisted he drank too much tea and not enough water. Oliver still challenged him to races across the village square. Emily still interrupted his reading whenever she discovered a new favorite chapter, and Lily still climbed onto the chair beside him every afternoon expecting another bedtime story long before bedtime arrived. Arthur smiled to himself. For years, he had feared people discovering his name. Now, he realized he had been afraid for no reason at all, because the people of Ashbrook had already decided who he was, and no newspaper headline could improve upon that. One quiet afternoon, while snow drifted gently outside, Arthur sat alone in the reading corner. His leather notebook lay open before him. For several minutes he simply stared at the blank page. Then that, instead of writing another chapter, he carefully tore out the very first page. Eleanor noticed immediately. "You've never done that before." Arthur smiled. "I know." He folded the page neatly, then handed it to her. "For you?" She looked surprised. "What is it?" "The beginning." She unfolded the paper carefully. Written in Arthur's elegant handwriting were the very first words he had written after arriving in Ashbrook months earlier. Asterisk. Today, I arrived in a village whose name I almost forgot to ask. Perhaps names matter less than kindness. Perhaps I have finally reached the place my stories were searching for all along. Asterisk. Eleanor read the words twice, then quietly folded the page again. "I'll treasure this forever." Arthur smiled. "I hoped you would." Later that week, another unexpected visitor arrived. This time it wasn't a journalist, nor a publisher, nor someone hoping to meet the famous writer. Instead, it was a young woman carrying a worn leather satchel overflowing with notebooks. She introduced herself as Sophie. "I hope I'm not disturbing anyone." "Not at all," Eleanor replied. "What brings you here?" Sophie hesitated. She looked towards Arthur. "I've wanted to become a writer ever since I was 12. Arthur smiled kindly. "That's wonderful." She shook her head. "No, it used to be." Her smile faded. "I've written 3 novels. I've finished none of them. I keep starting again because they're never good enough. Arthur quietly closed his notebook. I know that feeling. You do, more than you can imagine. Sophie looked surprised. But she stopped herself before saying the word famous. Arthur laughed softly. I've thrown away more pages than I've published. The room became very quiet. You have thousands, maybe tens of thousands. Sophie stared at him. I thought real writers, he gently interrupted, never doubted themselves. She nodded. Arthur smiled. My dear Sophie, the only writers who never doubt themselves are usually the ones who stop improving. He stood and walked towards one of the bookshelves. Instead of choosing one of his own books, he selected an old notebook with blank pages. Returning to the table, he placed it in front of her. Write the worst first draft you can imagine. She blinked. What? I mean it. Make it terrible. Write clumsy sentences. Use boring descriptions. Miss opportunities. She frowned. Why would I do that? Arthur leaned forward. Because you cannot improve a blank page. But, he smiled, you can improve an imperfect one. Sophie remained silent for several moments. Then, for the very first time in months, she opened her notebook. She picked up her pen and she began writing. Not perfectly, not confidently, simply, honestly. Arthur quietly returned to his chair without another word. Eleanor smiled. You've just helped another person. Arthur looked around the room. No, he whispered. She finally gave herself permission. As winter continued, the little lantern became even more than a bookshop. Every Thursday evening, local musicians gathered beside the fireplace. Someone played a violin, another brought an old guitar. Children sang softly while snow fell outside Yorsh climate. He couldn't sing. Everyone politely ignored him. Mrs. Finch baked enough pies for an entire army. Samuel read one of Margaret's letters aloud every Sunday afternoon. Jacob began teaching free sketching lessons to younger children. Emily started a tiny storytelling club where every child invented the ending to the same story. Oliver proudly became captain of the kindness hunt, making sure every painted acorn continued traveling from family to family. The little shop no longer belonged to Eleanor alone. It belonged to everyone, and that made her happier than she could ever explain. One evening, Henry quietly approached Arthur. I've been thinking. Arthur smiled. That can be dangerous. Henry laughed. I've cancelled the publishing meeting. Arthur looked surprised. You have? Henry nodded. I realized something. What? I wanted the world to read your story. He looked around the glowing shop. But perhaps, double quotes, the world doesn't need another book. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Henry smiled warmly. Perhaps it needs more places like this instead. Arthur looked around the reading corner. Children laughing. George explaining another impossible chess puzzle. Mrs. Finch pouring tea. Lily curled up with buttons beside the fire. Jacob sketching quietly near the window. Eleanor smiling as she arranged another shelf of books. He slowly nodded. "I think," he whispered, "you're right." That night, after everyone had gone home, Eleanor wrote another diary entry. Asterisk, asterisk, day 17. Asterisk, 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 some people spend their lives searching for success. Asterisk, asterisk, others search for happiness. Asterisk, asterisk, but perhaps the luckiest people are those who discover purpose. Because once you know why you wake up each morning, even ordinary days begin to feel extraordinary. Asterisk. She carefully closed the diary. Outside, snowflakes drifted gently through the peaceful night. The lantern above the little lantern glowed steadily, its warm light reflected in the snow-covered streets. Arthur stood at the window of his small room above the bakery, looking down at the quiet village. For the first time in decades, he did not wonder where he would travel next. He did not think about the cities waiting beyond the hills. He did not miss the applause, because he had finally discovered something every storyteller secretly hopes to find, that not the perfect ending but a story so meaningful, that he no longer wished to leave before the final chapter was written. And although none of them realized it yet, spring was only a few months away. With it would come new faces, new dreams, new challenges, and one tiny visitor who would change the little lantern. Forever spring arrived quietly, almost so quietly that nobody in Ashbrook noticed the exact morning winter finally let go. One day the fields were still covered with pale frost. The next, tiny green shoots appeared beneath the old kindness tree. Birdsong returned to the village before sunrise. The snowman named Hope slowly melted beneath the warmer sunshine until all that remained was his knitted scarf hanging from one lonely stick arm. Oliver refused to throw it away. "We'll need it again next winter." George laughed. "You really do think ahead." "I have to," Oliver grinned. "Hope always comes back." Arthur smiled from across the square. Somehow, the child always seemed to say exactly the right thing. The little lantern looked different in spring. The windows were opened wide. Fresh flowers replaced pine branches. Jacob filled the walls with paintings of blossom-covered trees and colorful wildflowers. Mrs. Finch placed tiny jars of daffodils on every table. Samuel built a little wooden bookshelf outside the entrance. And Dedo Blairit, Sing, rested above it. Asterisk, asterisk, take a book. Asterisk, 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 lip a book. Asterisk, 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 stories grow best when shared. Asterisk, asterisk, visitors loved it. Children loved it even more. Every afternoon, someone carefully swapped one story for another. No one counted, no one checked. Trust quietly became part of the little shelf. One bright Monday morning, Lily burst through the shop door with Buttons happily running behind her. "Eleanor!" She was so excited she could barely catch her breath. "You have to come." "What is it?" "There's someone outside." Eleanor stepped into the sunshine, standing beside the kindness tree was a little boy, perhaps 6 years old. He held a small backpack, almost as large as himself. His clothes were neat. His shoes were polished. Yet something about him seemed uncertain. He wasn't crying. He wasn't smiling either. He simply quietly watching everyone else. Beside him stood a young woman. She looked exhausted. Dark circles rested beneath her eyes. She held the little boy's hand tightly. Eleanor walked over with her usual warm smile. "Good morning," the woman smiled politely. "I'm sorry, I hope we're not interrupting." "Not at all. My name is Eleanor." "I'm Anna." She looked down at the little boy. "And this is Noah." Noah gave a tiny wave, hardly lifting his hand. Eleanor crouched until she was level with him. "Hello, Noah," he whispered so quietly she almost didn't hear him. "Hello. Do you like stories?" He nodded. "Very much. What's your favorite?" He thought carefully. "The ones where nobody gets left behind." The answer surprised Eleanor. She smiled gently. "I like those too." Inside the shop, Noah wandered slowly around the bookshelves. Unlike most children, he didn't rush. He looked carefully at every book, touched every spine, read every title, almost as though he was searching for someone instead of something. Lily approached him. "Do you want to read with us?" He hesitated. "I don't know." "Why? I've never been here before." Lily smiled. I hadn't either. She simply held out her hand. "Come on." Noah looked at her for a moment, then quietly took it. Within minutes he was sitting beside Emily and Oliver, listening to George read aloud. Nobody asked difficult questions. Nobody treated him differently. He simply became part of the circle, exactly as though he had always belonged there. Meanwhile, Anna sat quietly beside the fireplace. She looked exhausted. Mrs. Finch gently placed a cup of tea into her hands. "You look like you've had a difficult few weeks." Anna gave a tired smile. "A difficult few years." The room became quiet. She stared into the warm tea before speaking again. "My husband died last autumn." Samuel slowly lowered his eyes. "I lost my job shortly afterwards. We had to leave our house. Noah and I moved here 3 days ago." She laughed softly. "I keep telling him everything will be all right." She paused. "But sometimes I'm not sure I believe it myself." Eleanor reached across the table. "You don't have to believe everything will be perfect." Anna looked up. You only have to believe tomorrow can be a little better than today." Those simple words seemed to lift a weight Anna had carried for months. She smiled. For the first time that morning, a real smile. That afternoon, Jacob sat outside sketching children playing beneath the kindness tree. Noah quietly wandered over. He watched silently for several minutes. Finally he asked, "How do you make people look happy?" Jacob smiled. "I don't know. I wait until they are." Noah thought about that, then sat beside him without another word. Jacob handed him a spare pencil. "Would you like to try?" "I can't draw, so Noah looked confused. So what? Jacob laughed. I couldn't either. Noah looked at the beautiful sketch. Yes, you could. Jacob shook his head. I promise. The first thing I ever drew looked more like a potato than a person. Noah burst into laughter. A potato? A very unhappy potato? For the first time since arriving ever young hair, Noah laughed echoed across the village square. Arthur looked up from his notebook. He smiled quietly. Sometimes one laugh could tell a longer story than 1,000 words. Several days later, another small surprise appeared. Every morning before sunrise, someone had been leaving tiny wildflowers on the windowsill of the little lantern. No note, no signature. Just fresh flowers, yellow primroses, bluebells. White daisies, every single day. Oliver became determined to solve the mystery. I'm going to catch them. Emily laughed. You sound like a detective. I am. For 3 mornings, he hid behind the bakery wall before sunrise. Nothing happened. On the 4th morning, he finally saw the mysterious visitor. It wasn't an adult. It wasn't even a child. It was Noah. Very carefully, he placed a tiny bunch of flowers beneath the window. He gently straightened them, smiled to himself, then quietly turned to leave. Oliver stepped out. Noah! The little boy froze. I'm sorry. Oliver frowned. Sorry, I shouldn't have touched them. Oliver looked confused. They're flowers? Noah nodded sadly. I know. He looked towards the shop. Wanted to say thank you, but I didn't know how. Oliver smiled. You already did. He carefully picked up one of the tiny flowers. I think this might be the nicest thank you anyone's ever left. Later that morning, Eleanor found the flowers resting inside a little glass vase on the counter. Oliver never told anyone who had left them. Neither did Noah. Some kindnesses were more beautiful without names. That evening, after the shop had closed and the last rays of spring sunshine faded behind the hills, Eleanor opened her diary. She carefully wrote, asterisk, asterisk, day, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Sometimes people arrive carrying heavy suitcases, asterisk, asterisk. Sometimes they arrive carrying heavy hearts. Asterisk, asterisk. The suitcase can be unpacked in an afternoon. Asterisk, asterisk. The heart simply needs a place where it feels safe enough to rest. Asterisk. She gently closed the diary and looked around the peaceful shop. Outside, the blossom trees swayed gently in the evening breeze. The kindness tree had begun growing fresh, green leaves once again. Children's laughter drifted across the square. Noah sat quietly beside Jacob, proudly showing him a drawing that looked nothing like a potato. Anna stood outside talking with Mrs. Finch, smiling more than she had since arriving in Ashbrook. Arthur closed his notebook and watched the scene unfold through the open window. Another family had found their way to the little village. Another story had quietly begun, and deep inside, Arthur realized something that filled his heart with quiet joy. The greatest stories were never the ones a writer invented. They were the ones ordinary people created together, one kind day at a time. The days grew longer. Spring painted Ashbrook with colors so bright that visitors often stopped in the middle of the village square simply to admire the view. The blossom trees beside the river had burst into soft shades of pink and white. Wildflowers covered the nearby hills like tiny patches of sunlight. The kindness tree, once bare beneath winter snow, now stretched proudly across the square, its fresh green leaves dancing gently beside hundreds of colorful ribbons that had survived another season. The little lantern stood quietly beneath it all. Its windows were wide open. Warm laughter drifted onto the street. The familiar smell of freshly baked cinnamon buns mixed with the scent of flowers carried by the morning breeze. It felt perfect. Yet Arthur knew something. Asterisk, perfect moments never lasted forever. And perhaps they weren't supposed to. One Tuesday morning, while Eleanor arranged new books in the front window, Noah quietly approached carrying a folded piece of paper. Eleanor? Yes, I made something, she smiled. Can I see? He nodded shyly. Opening the paper, Eleanor discovered a carefully drawn map of Ashbrook. Not an ordinary map. Every important place had been marked with tiny illustrations. The bakery, Jersh's chess table, Jacob's favorite sketching bench, Mrs. Finch's flower shop, the kindness tree, the wall of wishes, the giant bookshelf outside the shop, and in the center, the little lantern. But what caught Eleanor's attention most wasn't the buildings. It was the tiny hearts Noah had drawn between them. What do these mean? Noah smiled. They're the places where people were kind to me. Eleanor looked closer. There were dozens, far more than she expected. You remembered everyone? He nodded. I didn't want to forget. Arthur, who had quietly wandered over, studied the little map for several moments. Finally, he smiled. This, he whispered, ISNC goats. A map? No. He gently tapped one of the tiny hearts. It's proof. Proof of what? That kindness leaves footprints. Later that afternoon, Henry arrived carrying another envelope. This came for you. Arthur looked puzzled. I wasn't expecting anything. Neither was Henry. It's from London. Arthur slowly opened it. Inside was a beautifully printed invitation. A national literary organization wished to honor Arthur with a Lifetime Achievement Award. The ceremony would take place in 6 weeks. They wanted him to give a speech before hundreds of guests. Henry smiled. I suppose you'll have to go. Arthur looked at the invitation for a very long time, then quietly folded it. I don't know. Henry blinked. You've waited years for people to recognize your work again. Arthur looked around the little lantern. Children reading, George laughing, Lily helping Noah, shelf books, Jacob teaching, Another art lesson. Mrs. Finch pouring tea. Eleanor arranging flowers. I already feel recognized. Henry smiled. I had a feeling you'd say that. That evening, Eleanor noticed Arthur sitting alone beneath the kindness tree. You've been very quiet. Arthur handed her the invitation. She read it slowly. It's an incredible honor. It is? Will you go? Arthur didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked toward the village. When I was younger, I would have accepted before finishing the letter. And now, he smiled softly. I'm wondering whether missing one afternoon here might matter more than giving one speech there. Eleanor laughed gently. I never thought I'd hear a famous writer say that. Arthur smiled. I never thought I'd believe it either. The following morning, something unusual happened. Before the shop opened, villagers began arriving one by one. George came first. Then Mrs. Finch. Jacob. Samuel. Oliver. Emily. Lily. Mr. Bennett. Anna. Noah. Even visitors who happened to be staying nearby joined them. Nobody explained why they had come. They simply waited quietly outside the little lantern. Eventually, Arthur appeared. He looked surprised. What's all this? Oliver grinned. We've got a meeting. Arthur laughed. About what? Mrs. Finch smiled. Arthur immediately looked uncomfortable. I was afraid of that. George stepped forward. We've heard about the award. Arthur looked at Henry Jew, told them. Henry raised both hands. I may have mentioned it. Arthur sighed dramatically. I suppose I should have expected that. Everyone laughed. Then Eleanor spoke. We're not here to tell you what to do. Arthur looked relieved. Good. We're here because... She smiled warmly. Whatever you decide, we'll support you. The words settled gently over the group. Arthur looked around at every familiar face. None of them tried persuading him. None of them expected anything. They simply wanted him to know he wasn't making the decision alone. For a man who had spent years feeling lonely, that meant more than any award ever could. Several days passed. Arthur still hadn't replied. The invitation remained tucked safely inside his notebook. One evening, after everyone had gone home, he walked slowly through the quiet village. He passed the bakery, the old bridge, the flower shop, the chess table beneath the oak. Finally, he reached the hill overlooking Ashbrook. From there, he could see everything. The tiny cottages, the winding river, the glowing lantern above the shop. Children's laughter still echoed faintly through the evening air. Arthur sat quietly on the grass. As the sun slowly disappeared beyond the hills, he whispered something almost too softly to hear. For years, I searched the world looking for stories. He smiled. I should have been searching for people. A gentle breeze carried the scent of blossom across the hillside. Far below, the little lantern glowed like a tiny golden star. Arthur realized that the award in London celebrated the stories he had written. But Ashbrook celebrated the person he had become. And suddenly, the choice no longer felt difficult. That night, Eleanor wrote another diary entry, asterisk, asterisk. Day 19, dot, asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, life sometimes offers us two different kinds of success. Asterisk, asterisk. One is measured by applause, the other is measured by the people who quietly wait for you to come home. If you're lucky enough to experience both, asterisk, asterisk. Choose the one that fills your heart long after the applause has faded. Asterisk, she gently closed the diary. Outside, the evening breeze carried the soft sound of children laughing beneath the kindness tree. Noah carefully pinned his little map onto the new wall of gratitude. Jacob smiled as he added another drawing beside it. George packed away the chess pieces. Mrs. Finch switched off the lights one by one. Arthur stood beneath the glowing lantern, holding the invitation in one hand and looking at the little shop in front of him. By sunrise, he knew exactly which path he would choose. But the answer would surprise everyone, including himself. The next morning arrived wrapped in golden sunlight. Spring had fully awakened. The birds seemed louder. The following morning arrived wrapped in golden sunshine. Spring had fully awakened across Ashbrook. Birds filled the air with cheerful songs as gentle rays of light stretched across the rooftops. Dew sparkled on every blade of grass, and the colorful ribbons hanging from the kindness tree danced softly in the breeze. It looked like an ordinary day. Yet for Arthur, it was anything but ordinary. He had hardly slept. The invitation from London remained tucked inside his notebook, and every time he closed his eyes, he found himself standing between two completely different futures. One future was filled with applause, flashing cameras, interviews, and grand stages. The other was much quieter. It was filled with the smell of fresh bread drifting from Samuel's bakery. George waiting impatiently for another game of chess. Mrs. Finch insisting he eats another slice of cake. Oliver inventing impossible kindness. Adventures. Jacob quietly sketching beneath the old oak. Emily reading stories to younger children. Lily laughing beside buttons. Noah carefully drawing little maps of the village. And Eleanor opening the little lantern every morning with the same gentle smile that had welcomed him on the day he first arrived. Years ago, the decision would have been simple. He would have chosen this stage without hesitation. But somewhere along the journey, success had begun to mean something entirely different. Arthur looked out of the window of his small room above the bakery and whispered to himself, "I haven't changed my destination. I've changed my definition of home." Instead of going straight to the shop, Arthur decided to walk through the sleeping village before anyone else had woken. The streets were wonderfully quiet. A robin landed on the fence beside him before flying away again. He passed Samuel's bakery and smiled as he remembered the freezing winter morning when the villagers had baked hundreds of loaves of bread for Willowbrook after the terrible snowstorm. Further along the road, he reached George's old chess table beneath the oak tree. He laughed quietly as he remembered losing the exact same opening move 3 Wednesdays in a row. While George claimed it was all part of a lifelong education. Outside Mrs. Finch's flower shop, he remembered helping her rescue a family of tiny birds that had become trapped beneath an overturned cart. Near the river, he paused at Jacob's favorite sketching spot where the young artist had once spent an entire sunrise drawing the reflection of clouds. Because, as Jacob had explained, Some mornings are too beautiful to interrupt with conversation. Every corner of Ashbrook carried another memory. None of them were dramatic. None of them would ever appear in newspapers. Yet somehow they had become more valuable than every standing ovation Arthur had ever received. By the time he reached the little lantern, Eleanor was already unlocking the front door. She looked surprised to see him standing there so early. "You're awake before the birds," she laughed. Arthur smiled. "I don't think I ever really went to sleep." Eleanor looked at him carefully. "You've made your decision." Arthur nodded. Ave. She smiled without asking what the answer was. Arthur looked puzzled. "You don't even want to know." Eleanor shook her head gently. "No? Why not?" She placed the key into the lock and opened the door before answering. "Because whichever choice you've made, you finally made it for yourself instead of for everyone else." Arthur stood silently for several seconds before quietly saying, "I wish I'd learned that years ago." Eleanor smiled warmly. Sometimes lessons arrive exactly when we're finally ready to understand them. Inside the shop, everything felt wonderfully familiar. Mrs. Finch soon arrived, carrying a basket of fresh cinnamon buns. George followed shortly afterwards, pretending he had only come to borrow a book, despite everyone knowing he had really come for the biscuits. Oliver burst through the door, carrying another painted kindness stone that he had hidden beside the river before breakfast. Emily and Lily sat together arranging children's books into neat little towers, while Noah quietly sketched the shop window from his favorite chair. Watching everyone move naturally around one another, Arthur realized something extraordinary. Nobody was trying to impress anyone. Nobody was pretending to be important. Every person simply belonged. It was the kind of ordinary happiness he had searched for his entire life without realizing it. Later that morning, Henry arrived carrying his leather briefcase. He looked directly at Arthur. "Well..." Arthur quietly removed the invitation from his notebook before placing another folded sheet of paper on top of it. "Would you mind posting this for me?" Henry unfolded the letter and began reading. As his eyes moved slowly down the page, his serious expression gradually softened into a smile. When he finally reached the end, he carefully folded the paper again and looked at Arthur with quiet admiration. "I've represented writers for over 3 decades, Henry said. "I've read acceptance speeches, award speeches, resignation letters, and contract negotiations. But I honestly believe this is the finest letter you've ever written." The letter simply said, "Thank you for your generous invitation and for the honor you wish to bestow upon me. There was a time when I believed awards measured the value of a storyteller. Today I understand something entirely different. The greatest story I have ever known is still unfolding every single day inside. A little village where neighbors quietly care for one another without expecting recognition. It happens whenever a lonely visitor is welcomed like family. It happens whenever children discover the joy of reading together. It happens beneath one small lantern whose light has reminded me that kindness is the finest story any of us will ever write. I cannot leave that story unfinished. Therefore, with sincere gratitude and deepest respect, I must decline your invitation." Henry looked around the little lantern before placing the letter carefully back inside the envelope. "You're certain?" Arthur smiled peacefully. "I've never been more certain of anything." Henry nodded. "Then I'll post it today." A week later, another envelope arrived from London. Arthur opened it quietly while everyone continued chatting around the shop. There was no disappointment, no attempt to persuade him to reconsider. Instead, there was only a single handwritten sentence. "Perhaps the greatest honor in life is discovering exactly where you belong. Arthur." Arthur smiled softly before folding the note and placing it inside his notebook beside Eleanor's diary page and Margaret's letters. Henry looked across the room. They understood. Arthur nodded. "I think they did." News of Arthur declining the award spread surprisingly quickly. Newspapers wrote articles wondering why such an important literary figure would refuse one of the nation's highest honors. Television presenters debated his decision. Radio hosts discussed whether success should always come before personal happiness. Social media overflowed with opinions from people who had never met Arthur. Some called him foolish. Others praised his humility. Meanwhile, none of it made the slightest difference inside Ashbrook. George simply shrugged and said he'd have missed Wednesday chess. Mrs. Finch added, "And my apple pie." Oliver grinned. "And next Saturday's kindness treasure hunt." Lily looked genuinely confused. People really think trophies are more important than friends. Nobody answered because, inside Ashbrook, the answer seemed too obvious to require words. Several days later, 3 large minibuses slowly rolled into the village square. More than 60 school children climbed out, accompanied by teachers carrying clipboards and packed lunches. The head teacher introduced herself to Eleanor with an apologetic smile. "I hope we're not causing trouble." Eleanor laughed. "Not at all. What brings you all the way here?" The teacher unfolded a newspaper clipping featuring the little lantern. "We've spent the last month teaching our pupils about kindness. Every single child asked if they could visit the village from the article." George quietly whispered to Mrs. Finch, "We're going to need more biscuits." Mrs. Finch looked at the enormous crowd before laughing. Much more." Rather than simply showing the children around, Arthur suggested something different. "Let's not give them a tour," he said. "Let's give them a day they'll remember." Immediately, every villager volunteered. Samuel taught groups of children how to knead bread by hand. Mrs. Finch showed them how flowers could brighten the home of someone living alone. Jacob held an outdoor sketching class beneath the blossom trees. George organized giant chess games using oversized wooden pieces in the square. Emily gathered younger children beneath the kindness tree, where every child added one sentence to an ever-growing adventure story. Oliver created the biggest kindness hunts Ashbrook had ever seen. Hidden around the village were hundreds of painted stones carrying simple messages. "You matter. Keep going. Kindness always finds a way. Someone believes in you." Children ran through the streets laughing as they searched together. Whenever one child couldn't find a stone, 3 others immediately joined in to help. Arthur watched from a nearby bench with Eleanor sitting quietly beside him. "Do you see it?" he asked. Eleanor smiled. "What?" Arthur pointed towards the children. "They've forgotten their learning." Eleanor nodded. "They're simply enjoying themselves." "Arthur?" es milet. Exactly. That's when lessons lasts forever. As the afternoon drew to a close, every child gathered beneath the kindness tree before climbing back onto the buses. One little girl raised her hand. "Can I ask one last question?" Arthur nodded. "Of course. She looked around the beautiful village before asking, "How do we build another?" Arthur smiled gently. "You don't." The children looked disappointed until he continued, "You build your own village. Maybe it won't look like this one. Maybe it won't even have a lantern or a kindness tree. But every place becomes special when ordinary people choose to care for one another. You don't need Ashbrook. You only need hearts willing to keep the light alive." The little girl smiled. "I think we can do that." The buses slowly disappeared beyond the hills, carrying 60 children back towards homes scattered across the country. Arthur watched until the final vehicle vanished from sight. Eleanor stood beside him in comfortable silence. "What are you thinking?" "Sehasket." Arthur smiled as the evening sun settled behind the hills. "I'm thinking," he whispered, "that stories don't really end when people close the final page. They continue every time someone decides to live differently because of what they've read." Asterisk. As darkness slowly settled across the village, the little lantern glowed warmly beneath the evening sky. Children laughed as they chased one another around the kindness tree. Mrs. Finch carried another tray of fresh cakes into the shop. George carefully packed away the giant chess pieces after another impossible defeat at Oliver's hands. Jacob quietly added the final touches to a painting of the day's adventure. Samuel locked the bakery before waving goodnight to everyone in the square. Arthur stood beneath the glowing lantern, looking at the little village that had quietly transformed his life. Years ago, he had believed the greatest chapters were written with ink upon paper. Now, he understood the truth. The finest chapters were written in ordinary days, shared between ordinary people who chose kindness again and again, without ever realizing they were creating a story that would live far beyond themselves. As the evening slowly settled over Ashbrook, the golden light of the setting sun painted every rooftop with shades of amber and crimson. Children laughed beneath the kindness tree as they tied a few more colorful ribbons to its branches, each ribbon carrying another hope, another dream, another promise of kindness. The gentle breeze carried the sweet fragrance of fresh flowers through the village square, while birds returned to their nests after another beautiful day. Inside the little lantern, the final visitors smiled warmly as they waved goodbye before disappearing down the quiet streets. Mrs. Finch carefully straightened the chairs around the reading corner. George packed away his chessboard while pretending he would definitely win next week's game. Samuel locked the bakery after leaving one last loaf of warm bread outside the shop for anyone who might need it. Jacob quietly placed his newest sketch beside the fireplace, and Noah smiled proudly as he watched another child reading one of the books he had helped arrange on the shelves. Oliver made one final walk around the village, hiding a tiny painted kindness stone beneath the old bridge with the words, "Tomorrow is another chance to make someone smile." Satisfied with his mission, he ran home beneath the glowing lantern that had watched over Ashbrook through every season. Arthur stood quietly outside the little lantern, his old leather notebook resting beneath his arm. He looked around the peaceful village that had once been nothing more than a stop on a long journey. Now it had become something far greater. It had become home. He realized that the greatest stories were never measured by how many people read them, but by how many lives they gently touched. Closing his notebook, he whispered softly, "Some stories are written with ink, but the most beautiful ones are written with kindness." Inside the shop, Eleanor opened her diary one final time before closing the door for the night. She carefully dipped her pen into the ink and wrote, Day 20. Every sunrise gives us another opportunity to become a little kinder than we were yesterday. Every smile we share becomes someone else's reason to smile again. The greatest gift we can leave behind is not wealth, success, or fame, but a heart that made other hearts feel welcome. If one small lantern can brighten an entire village, imagine what millions of kind hearts can do for the world. She gently closed the diary, placed it back inside the old wooden drawer, and looked around the little shop one last time before blowing out the candles. The warm lantern above the entrance continued shining into the quiet night, guiding every traveler who might still be searching for hope far above the village. Thousands of stars appeared one by one across the dark sky. Ashbrook became silent once again, wrapped in peace, warmth, and gratitude. Somewhere beyond the hills, people who had once visited the little lantern were planting their own kindness trees, writing anonymous letters of encouragement, sharing books with strangers, and teaching their children that the smallest act of kindness could change someone's entire life. And although the day had come to an end, the story never truly ended, because tomorrow morning, somewhere in the world, another child would choose kindness instead of anger. Another neighbor would help someone without expecting anything in return. Another lonely heart would discover hope inside an unexpected conversation. And somewhere, a single light would quietly inspire another. For kindness has no final chapter. Its story continues every sunrise, in every smile, every helping hand, and in every heart willing to keep the light alive. The end. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of your night. May you find deep peace and restful sleep. Wishing you the sweetest dreams. If you liked it, please like, comment, and subscribe. Bye.